Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, December the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Need a quick sound check, please. And can you see my screen? Thank you very much, William. My disembodied voice coming live from Vancouver, Canada. All right, let me get these pre-market movers into the section up here. Yeah, you know what? I actually tried to short that one, DWAC, and the shorts ran out. Unfortunately for me, I was trying to short it at 52, and the shorts ran out. That's a DWAC. Just give me a moment here as I rearrange something in my other window. Okay. Keep saying other window, other monitor. Okay, so, well, obviously DWAC had some news after hours yesterday. They're trying to raise, of course, this is a SPAC. Actually, probably hit right here. Yeah, right at 4 o'clock. Trying to raise some money, $1 billion, it looks like. This is a SPAC, of course. Got all the way up to almost $60, so it's dropped $10 from that high. And those miserable people at IB ran out of shorts for me. I've always been able to short this, but I think there's a ton of shorts coming in now. They just they snapped them all up. CFVI. CFVI is a SPAC that is, I guess, announced who they're going to merge with, a company called Rumble. Not too familiar with them, but I guess it must be known out there. Rumble, some kind of a video service. Actually, let me see what Rumble is. YouTube competitor Rumble going public via SPAC. Okay, so that's the big news for CVFI. And as Keg pointed out, you've got warrants, they'll probably be super active today also. Now, Fun, PHUN, of course, that ramped up yesterday afternoon. This one ran when DWAC went crazy this day here, but it's starting to lose its. This is shortable. This one is shortable, so it's falling with DWAC, guys. DWAC. And when I say when it's shortable, I'm talking about I can only speak about Interactive Brokers. HGEN. HGEN is still up. Is it still up? Yeah, it's still hanging in there. It's not a low float. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm trying to read this now. This news. After FDA rejection, its COVID drug sees some light of good news. All right, well, okay. I guess it got rejected here this month, here, and that obviously caused a big, huge downturn on it. Went from 16, well, at one point it was up to 30 a few months before that. But this was sitting at around 16, dropped all the way down to 6, so that must have been when it was rejected. Anyway, trying to come back somewhat. HGEN. Snow, this is an earnings play. Big pop up on earnings for Snow, expensive one. You can see yesterday, a big down day. Actually, well, of course, the market was down yesterday. But what a rally now. This is what I'm really interested in, guys. I almost took a pre-market, but the spread was a little bit tough. But this one, Kirk, K-I-R-K, it's on an all-time low, of course, but it's an earnings play. But look underneath that monthly chart. Man, I remember when this had this insane run from about $1 all the way up to $34. It took a year, but still, what a run it had. But Kirk is on the way down right now. It's you can just see on the weekly chart, it's broken down through all of this. And again, it's an earnings play. KR, Kroger's, is an earnings play also, and it has had gapped up. Pretty, yeah, I don't know what to make of these bottoming tails, but it gapped up, still kind of holding its gap. Now, what's the market doing? The market is basically flat right now. We had a little wee rally here, but the market is basically flat right now. Remember, we've had two big down days. Yesterday was a crazy day. You know, at one point we're up 500, then we're down 500. I'm talking the Dow, of course, but there was a massive sell-off. So we had two big down days in a row. What is going to happen today? TANH. Hopefully nobody was holding this one. This is one of those you wake up and say, thank goodness I was not holding this one. And look after hours what happened. I mean, this is that after hours? This is, yeah, no, this is the last candle. This is 3:45. And so here is after hours right here. But just before it closed, this stock popped from 98 cents to $1.56. And now, then they announced the financing. And the financing's at 65 cents. That is almost criminal. VIR. I just find this so hard to trade intraday. Did okay one day. And now look at it. I mean, it popped up to $58. Now it's strapped down to $49. So almost a $10 drop for VIR. Of course, this is a virus play. LE. Land's End. LE. It's an earnings play. And again, this one is, it's got room underneath. I'm kind of chopping around a little bit in the pre-market, but another earnings play. But look at this gap down. Okay, now I'm going to say stupid IB for not having shorts for me for DWAC. This must have been heavily shorted because there's always been shorts available for me. And then Omer, I was afraid for you, William. You said you were out walking your dog. You're in at $9.30, $9.30. I saw it pop up to $9.70. I was thinking to myself, is William put in auto stops? Because that just absolutely tanked afterwards. I know. I mean, they sold. I don't know if this is a. I mean, I thought it was the entire company just based on the name, but Omidria, the $1 billion sale, company announced has entered a definitive agreement for the sale of Omidria. Omidria. So I don't know what that really means. I don't know if that's the entire company. I really don't know. Okay, I always worry about you, William. I worry about everybody in the room. Never like to see anybody get hurt. CMMB. So this one could be a crazy one today, guys. I mean, it's 8.8 million in the float, and recall this day here when it got up to 13, but even more so this month here. This is back in March, when it got up to $80 for no reason. I mean, there's probably no reason whatsoever. But this is now starting to have a little bit of a pop, and they announced an FDA clearance of IND application. Okay, so there is some news for this company, CMMB. Again, whether you think the news warrants a 16% jump, doesn't really matter. The market will tell us. In Spirit, something to do with Boeing cleared in China now, something to that effect, SPR. But it's actually starting to fade. I would be, yeah, you know, this is probably still a fade market. We'll have to see what happens when it opens, but we have some downturn in MTTR, guys, after a big run yesterday, all the way up to 37. Of course, sold off, got down to 30 with the big market sell-off. Now, a little bit of a continuation. The low of 2 days ago was 29.72, so it's right at that level, MTTR. Of course, this is one of the main meta stocks. All right, let's see, what time is it? 9:16. Let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from briefing.com this morning. All right, well, we have a few upgrades, a few more downgrades, so let me get some of them in. eBay upgrade. Who the heck shops at eBay? I know I ask that question every time I see it. All right, there are some of the upgrades, guys. I'll get the downgrades in now. PBR is tanking here, guys. It's a big float. That's why I really didn't pay too much attention to it, but PBR is starting to move down. I mean, it already has moved down, but it's moving down further. All right, let me get these downgrades in. A couple of downgrades again for that BYSI that had a big bad day yesterday. BYSI, a couple of downgrades. Thank you, Grumpy. Appreciate that. All right, let's take a quick look. What time is it? It's 9:19. Let's take a quick look at the sectors. My guess is that they're going to be kind of neutral. I mean, the SPY is not doing very much right now. So here's our sector status. So what we're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And as you can see, what these percentages represent. So here's XLE as an example, the major energy ETF. Here are the stocks that make it up. make up that XLE. Only 18% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means. Whereas with tech, right now, and again, this could change. Of course, it dramatically changed yesterday. 64% are up. Financials, 89%. So, I mean, it actually, when you look at it, most of the sectors are up except for energy. Okay? But again, this can change. And this is probably the biggest change. We haven't had a day like that in a long time. Up 500, down 500. CFVI is continuing to move here on that information that they're merging with Rumble. That is who they're planning to merge with. See, I don't know anything about Rumble other than what the headline says, that it's a YouTube competitor. But other than that, I know nothing about Rumble. I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. Something's popping on the other. Just give me a moment here. So when you say the graphs, are you talking? This might be just semantics, but so this is the daily chart, okay, but this is yesterday, and this is the monthly chart. This is yesterday, if that's what you're talking about. These percentages, though, these refer to, in relation to yesterday's close, 62, as an example, for technology, 62% of the stocks that make up XLK are above yesterday's close, okay, in the pre-market, yes, if that's what you mean. Real-time pre-market, yes. BRTX, somebody mentioned BRTX, I think, in the main room also. Okay, little bit of volume, not much. But it is a low float. So I guess it is worth, that's filing of 10 patent applications, okay. Whether that really pops it once the market opens remains to be seen. If you're looking pre-market, yes. I mean, all my pre-market scans, these are all, well, these are top lists, okay? But I mean, right here, Fro just made a new high at 920, 682, up, and what it's saying, that's 6.4, it's up 6.4% from yesterday's close, as an example. All real time, yes. All right, I'm just kind of scanning I've got some thumbnail charts, wondering. So Kirk is kind of my main focus right now to see if it really wants to keep moving down. I mean, it's already down, excuse me, 27%. And of course, the issue is if I don't take it right now, I may get jammed by that uptick rule, but I'm not willing to do it quite yet. So that's the problem. Um, Phil, are you on our standard or premium service? STM guys, STM, I'm hearing moving down. Wow. Standard, so you can only have 10 charts in standard. I don't know if that's the issue. 20 in premium, 10 in standard. So I don't know if that's the issue. How do you reduce the number? Well, just just X out the charts, X them out, like close them. So if I have a chart, yeah, I mean if I put on a new chart right here. Just a minute, guys. That's why I've got to take this off, or it'll drive me crazy. Just give me a moment here. Do not open in dock window. Okay. What time is it? I'm gonna make sure I'm okay. So if I open a chart, just exit out. So just find that X, exit out until you get back down to 10. All right, guys. Well, this should be an interesting day, to say the least. Will we have 3 big down days in a row? I mean, we had crazy day yesterday. Very crazy day yesterday. We had a huge, big gap up, and then a huge sell-off. I'll just give you the trading room. You're talking about so D. Calhoun, you're talking about this, what I call the main trading room. I don't know what you mean by it doesn't save, though. I don't know what you mean by that, Phil. No, I don't see any news on the NV. All we have to do is just, get that price alert, and when it opens, it opens. It still says postponed, so. Well, you know what? Let me make sure of that. See if it still says it's postponed. See if there's another date that has been assigned to it. I'm really interested in that one, but let's just see. No, it still says that it's postponed. Thank you, William. It still says that it's postponed, so there's no date yet for it. Now, I don't know what you mean. It doesn't save. I don't quite understand what you mean by that, Phil. All right, everybody. Yes, thank you, William. So the market's going to open in about 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I'm going to take it easy at the beginning, to see if we can get some idea about market direction today. Well, save your doc. You got to save it. You can save a doc just like anything else. This is a doc right here. Right click, save or share to cloud. So save your work. And then you can reload it. Morning, Paradox. Okay, let's take a look. Let's get ready to rumble with the CFVI, guys. So that's who they're merging with. It'll never get old. Well, the discussion on the SPY is let's wait and see. I mean, we don't know. I mean, it's up, it's basically flat right now. SPY is basically flat. I mean, it's up a little bit, but, well, you know, it's really early. I mean, early indicators, I mean, there's the Dow is up, but, you know, this is really early. Give me one moment, please. Well, my initial feeling about Kirk, I'm glad I did not take that short early. It is popping on me. Very glad I did not take that short. Look at Hood. So actually, one of the reasons, I didn't realize this, but one of the reasons, I mean, we can, if we want to assign a reason for Hood's demise yesterday, is that the big lockup period for a lot of shares came yesterday. And so I guess that put a lot of downward pressure on it. Look at Kirk. My goodness, am I ever glad I didn't take that short. So it just got halted on the way up. And if you're wondering why, the reason I didn't is that it just, you know, I actually I would have liked to have seen it started to drift down instead of base. I might have taken it had it been just sort of drifting down a little bit more. But anyway. So that saved me. Yeah, you guys were talking about that DCTH, you know. A very interesting reaction at the very beginning. I mean, it's got up to 17 and now it's down, cut in half. I mean, I did see the news on it. But, you know, I couldn't really decipher it. But the market is deciphering it for us. It's saying, no bueno. And it just got halted on the way down. And AI, Arlington, have they changed their name? C3 AI? They changed their name? Didn't this used to be Arlington Investments AI? Looks like they changed their name. Look at this though, man. It's an earnings play. I must have missed this one. I guess because it wasn't down enough up here. This was sneaking in. Look at this though. Earnings play, AI. So we have some early movers here that I didn't see in the pre-market because they weren't really doing much. Here's that one from yesterday, BBLG. Okay, so we saw that spike here. It got halted here. This was at about 1 o'clock yesterday. Big action after hours, all the way up to 5. Now it's halted again right now. Low float. And let's see, no real clue about where it's going to open. Mentioned is the CMMB. Okay, now is this Sunoco? This you? Suncor, okay, Suncor. So with most of the energy stocks are down today, and this is definitely not bucking the trend. SU. And DraftKings. Wow, DraftKings. How the mighty have fallen. Look at this, up to 75 a few months ago. When was this? This was in March, up to $75. I know so many following this one. Just absolutely getting trashed here. Only 24% above the all-time low. Speaking of all-time lows, look at AI. So this is Only this is actually now an all-time low. IGC. I don't know why I always think of this as a crypto play, but so it was halted. For some reason, it's not showing up on my halts. Oh, I'm sorry, it is. I'm sorry, it is. Halted at 153, 932. Another one, boy, we're lots of halts already, guys. BFRI just got halted. A lot of halts already. Halted on the way up. The prison stock, GEO, on the way down. Through the 200-day moving average, almost an all-time low. Okay, guys, Kroger is an earnings play. Not many earnings plays. Now, I remember yesterday I sort of dismissed the BBW, and it just ran all day. Ran all day until, of course, we had the big market sell-off. So it's kind of flat right now, but it got all the way up to 23.41. Okay, so IGC just opened. And there's that 200-day moving average. DCTH just resumed. DCTH just resumed from its halt. How do you get a handle on this? I mean, remember, at one point, based on that news, I don't know if it was a misleading headline or people just didn't dive into it enough, but it popped all the way almost up to 18 before it just absolutely sold off. Okay, guys, now this KRYS was very hard to trade yesterday. Remember, they had the $75 financing. I did make out okay on that short when it broke down underneath 70. A pop here. Remember, the financing is at $75. That's for KRYS. Yeah, let's see, BBLG just opened and moved up, moved down. All right, so, okay. Here's our first 15-minute SPY candle. Still has 5 minutes to close or so. 4.5 minutes to close, but it's green. So as we speak, Dow's up, NAS is up, SPY is up. As we speak. Or as I speak. DNMR. Yeah, so looking left, yesterday's high was what, 1363, so it does have some room. Any news on it? No news on it that I can see. Geo, guys, Geo. Are you breaking down under 7 now? Wow, look at this Geo. Let's see, where is the next? So it's through the 200-day moving average. I don't know if Geo has any specific. Geo to stop paying dividends. That is the news. Geo Group announces change in corporate structure, etc., stopping dividend payments through the 200-day moving average. Oh, look at DWAC, guys. DWAC. Oh, man, oh, man. This is the first time I can actually say stupid IB, and I haven't said that in a while, but wow. No shorts for me. Yeah, there always have been shorts available, so my guess is that, they just got all snapped up. What I should have been doing is shorting FPHUN, my guess. Yeah, shorts available. Well, there were shorts available. No, there are shorts. Yeah, 500,000. I saw Peloton in the pre-market. I just didn't. I didn't talk about it too much. Well, there it is. It was up in the pre-market a little bit. And again, okay, are we staying at home again? So there's PTON. And of course, a couple of meme stocks, even GME and AMC are popping here. ONTF, what are you doing and why? Okay, so board of directors have authorized a share repurchase program. Okay, that always juices a stock. So here we go, ONTF. Well, there's quite the drop for Kirk, guys. Look at how. This is why I typically don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I mean, it got halted, and it popped all the way up to 17, just about 17. It's almost dropped $2 now. Maybe my original premise will hold out. I'm gonna stick an alert right around just underneath 15 and see if it takes it out later on. And that is for the Kirk. Okay, give me one moment, please. CLVT on the move also. No real action in the pre-market. Big pop now, CLVT. Morgan Stanley, okay. Okay. Price target raised to 28 from 27 by Morgan Stanley. Okay, so a little bit of an upgrade for CLVT by Morgan Stanley, from 27 to 28. Big float, 400 million in the float. Ah, man, look at that AI, just absolutely tanking here, guys. On earnings, all-time low now. AI, all-time low. I think this is misleading, yeah, because I think this was something else here, and then So a little bit misleading when you look at this chart. All right, first 15 minutes in the book. So there's that first opening SPY. Can it hold? That is the key. Can that hold? And start moving still a little bit higher, or at least not a big drop. EXPR, yeah, another meme stock. EXPR, actually it's earnings too. EXPR has earnings. If you took this one early, be aware of that 416 right here. 3 days ago, that was the high. Yeah, BFRI. So let's, wow, this could be a big, spectacular open also for BFRI. Yeah, but this is announces notice of allowance for U.S. patent title. Okay, so, but this is what I'm looking at right here. There's the halt. 585, 585. That is, you know, as we speak, the potential open. So this could be a you know, low float, 3.6 million in the float. So it was halted, as somebody said. So this is now, well, it's more than a 10-minute halt now. It was halted at 9:36. It is now 9:47. So this could be at least a 15-minute halt, which would mean 9:51 plus 17 seconds. All right, ACHR. So that just popped into my from my watch list. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, this is why I had it in the watch list. It had a big move after hours, 671. Man, just AI just absolutely tanking, guys. AI, I'm not in this one, unfortunately. Okay, so a little green candle, second green candle now starting. Now that Morgan Stanley upgrade is helping, definitely helping CLVT. Now, it looks to me like some resistance right around that 24.31, 24.38. So right here, it looks like there's some resistance for the CLVT. If you look left on that daily chart, look left on the weekly chart, you can see these little spikes right there. So it looks like, to me anyway, it looks like CLVT is coming into some resistance. So this could be something that we might want to look at as a short if it stalls right there. AREC, let's see, is there any news on it? I don't see any news on it. Anything is possible. They're confusing it with AERC, but I don't see AERC moving well yet. Well, that whole number didn't quite hold, but you know, it seems to be bouncing now. Geo seems to be bouncing off that whole number. So what I'm going to do though is stick an alert around 690 and see if it takes that out later on. That is for the Geo. DAC! How's your flood situation? Off topic, please, if you answer. Yeah, I mean, listen, this may not stall it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm just looking here. You know, if it happens to take out this area of 2440 or so, yeah, it could still have a nice run. But definitely, I mean, the only news I can see. Look at. Oh no, I'm sorry. It was I thought this was a DCTH. Okay, BFRI just opened. So this was the 15-minute halt. And this is a bit of a kaboom, guys. So remember, it got halted at 5, and now it's sitting at 6. And it's holding 6 briefly. And you know, the whole deal with this one, of course, is that low float. You know, the next high looking left was 608. Look where it got to. 625, a little bit above that. Next high, but the next high is 729. You can kind of see if it can get back up over this high of yesterday of 608, base a little bit, and then it has a shot to that 729 area. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around 609 and see if, and again, when I put these alerts, doesn't mean I take the trade at 609. I just want to know if it does, and then check to see if it is a good volume that's popping it through or not. Okay, this one from yesterday, ABUS, A-B-U-S. Of course, yesterday it was a big down day for ABUS. Well, actually, that's not true. It had a big up, was up to 650, but it sold way off down to 459. Ooh, look at that AERC. Yeah, train wreck is right. I mean, it's an awesome trading vehicle if you can kind of time it, but pretty tough if you can't. All right, guys. Well, the Kroger. Okay, there's the BFRI back over 6. Briefly, the spread is a boy. The spread's okay now, but will it hold 6? That's the absolute key. And then just race, but you need volume. You need some volume coming in for the BFRI. Need some volume. Look at that 2-minute chart. All right, guys. You know what? I've taken this Kroger. Just you know, I don't typically take these a little more expensive stocks. It's from the AI. It's an earnings play, and I remember yesterday I was beating myself up about not taking the BBW. So I didn't not too much, but just enough that if it you know, can get there's the next high on the monthly chart. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere close to 48. It's a big float, so I don't anticipate a lot of, you know, volatility in this. But we'll see what happens. So I'm in the KR. This is absolutely not a recommendation for you to do the same thing, but very few earnings plays. That's all I'm going to say. Well, there's that BYSI. BYSI. A couple more downgrades today after the big down day yesterday. So fun is probably popped. PHUN is probably popped. as I see DWAC. Yeah, I mean, it went from 46 to 50. I mean, it's a great, again, you can time this. Nah, Pete, yeah, right. All right, guys, BFRI getting really interesting here. The longer it holds 6. This is, I'm just pointing it out. That's all I'm doing, pointing it out. Pointing it out, pointed it out, pointed it out. BFRI. Now remember, if you took this BFRI, manage the trade. Manage the trade. Now there's the Kirk. There was my original premise to short Kirk, but right now, I don't like to be in 2 trades more than 2 at the same time. And that's why, guys, you got to manage the trade. Manage the trade. So let's see if I'm out of it, okay? Now I want to see if it retakes that 624 level. You've got to be quick, some of these. And I'm really quick. Really. 25 million at Interactive Brokers for, I'm sorry, wrong stock. A lot of volume coming into ABUS. I have that one thumbnailed, so a lot of volume coming in. And again, it's yesterday it traded the float in a big way. I wish we had that. I asked for this. I've been asking for this. Can't tell what it. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, okay. The volume was 322 million. Wow. 322 million shares yesterday. 80 million in the float. So basically 4 times the float yesterday. Oh, it's a long. I'm in long. Not looking at it, I'm actually long. KR. But listen, that's just me, okay? I'm not expecting like a huge move, okay? It's got a big float. I'll be happy if it can somehow take out 44. Yeah, well, you know what? The program really isn't designed to scalp. It depends what you're talking about by scalping, HUD. Okay, this program is not. Look at ABUS. It's really not designed to scalp. You're trying to make 3-4 cents on something. I mean, it's, forget about it. Yeah, this time halted, on the way down. So again, guys, that's why I'm saying you got to manage the trade. When you have a low float, it's wonderful when they're racing higher for you. Okay, but man, oh man. All right, Kroger, do your little thing. Okay. It's over 44 now. Let's see if I can induce it upwards by just putting these little price alerts. All right, guys. Well, you know me, I took some out at that just underneath that whole number, and that's the Kroger. Yeah, Fox, I'm not sure. I'm trying to read your question. I'm not quite sure, but well, I gotta tell you, yeah, the DWAC definitely had a nice, huge bounce, guys. Huge bounce. DWAC, big bounce, all the way from 46 to 43, 53. So I was kind of thinking of, but you know, I'm too involved in other things. PNM, what are you doing and why? Oh, here we go. Avan Grid's planned purchase of P&M Resources looks very unlikely now. Okay, guys, second attempt for Kroger at that 44 level. Okay, well, look, I was obviously, I don't want to say I was wrong. I was just saying be aware of that area. So CLVT, though, it is popping up. It is now a little bit clear that 2438 and the 2439, those were the two, that was the two areas I was kind of thinking I might stall at. Let's see if it really, really clears that. And now we have another halt, FMTX. FMTX, is this a... No, it's not a SPAC. FMTX, look at this. Announces, no, this was, they had an announcement after hours yesterday. I'm sorry, that was at 14:55. Announces the appointment of the acclaimed global sickle cell disease leader as the senior vice president, chief patient officer, okay? So that was some news after, that was yesterday's news. And bit of a delayed reaction, FOMX. All right, well, go Kroger, go. Shameless cheerleading on this. So we've got a couple of nice ones from the AI, one of them being AI. on a short, and of course the Kroger on the long, guys. Of course, we had it here at 30.88. The AI was about $1 later. We get this big collapse underneath 29 now. Yeah, so that happens every now and then, guys. Every now and then. It's just statistics right here. I know what you're saying. So AI went long, Kroger early, and now has turned around. Different strategy, shorting. Every now and then it happens. Not often. It's just statistics. Yeah, well, the BBW, I got ticked off yesterday. I mean, not the BBW was super expensive, but it's more because Kroger's an earnings play. Watch out for that AI cracking 29. There it goes. There it goes. Man, BYSI, yeah, a couple more downgrades for BYSI today. P&M continues down off that the planned purchase. Somebody was trying to buy them, and it looks like it's very unlikely now, according to this headline that I'm reading. This is the reason for the P&M demise today. Come on down, AI. I couldn't short it because William wants to go long. I can't go against William. But, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but yeah, so this is what we're talking about, okay? I mean, the AI went long Kroger here. This is a different strategy. You can see this is from, and another strategy kicked in. So, I mean, it happens not very often, but it does happen from time to time. But the fact that I'm long is how I'm, unless it collapses way under 44, I'm gonna maintain. I've already sold some, just underneath that 44 mark in case it couldn't take it out. And I am short AI. I mean, I am short AI. I didn't even realize it was an AI alert, a Holly alert. I knew it was from here, of course. But the fact that it's an all-time low, and I had no problem getting shorts. The uptick rule was just not even an issue today. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get any. But it's an earnings play. Okay, let me take a look at what the market's doing. So we had the first half hour pretty good. Now we're getting a red bar here. So the markets are up. I just think, all right, guys, we're I don't know how many took the AI, especially if you took it closer. I mean, I did not get it at $29.99. But we've got a couple of good winners here, guys. I mean, forget this one on the short for now anyway. But there's the Kroger, 43.41, 44.12. I mean, it's not bad. But there's the AI. Look at that, $29.99, $28.56 now. Again, I'm not in at $29.99. To be honest, I didn't even realize it was an AI alert. But this is a little bit like what we were experiencing 2 weeks ago for about 3 to 4 weeks. Stocks releasing earnings and at all-time lows, and you just short the heck out of them. if number one, if your broker has shorts. I have no idea how that works with E-Trade. I have no idea. No, I've never. It's just never been an issue. I don't even. It's just not even an issue for me. If they have shorts available, immediately I just take the short. And when I get out of the short and I look at my P&L, it looks to be about what I think it should be. So now, you'll hear Zach talk about borrowing costs for something that is, hard to borrow. But I just don't see that. It doesn't even enter into my thought. Sorry guys, Kroger just having a great day. There you go. Yeah, I mean, here it is. I mean, there's my lifetime low scan, and AI was on it also. Okay, right here. We could, earlier here. But let's take a look at SG as an example. What is SG doing? It's on an earnings play. Sweet green. You can just see. I mean, look at this. Again, this is one of those ones. It's hard when you look at this daily chart. 225. I think. Is this the next day? Yeah, I don't know what this story is. If this was a SPAC or something that. Thank you, William, for for answering that. It's just never, ever, ever been an issue for me. So it was an IPO. See, that's why this is a little misleading then. I mean, So, okay, it was priced and it obviously opened right here at 50 or right here at 51 or so. Well, unfortunately, I lost sight of Kirkland, Kirk. I lost sight of it because, in a couple of trades at the same time, and I don't really like to be in 3 trades at the same time. But this looks now, I mean, this looks really bleak for Kirkland. The only cause for concern is that pop up to $17 and it got halted. That's the only cause for concern. That's why I'm not all. All right, let's take a look at PHUN. I do have shorts available for that one. And it's just basically tracking DWAC, DWAC. It's been a tough, if you time it right, yeah, you got $3 or $4, $5 swings on it, but it's all about the timing. Okay, now we're getting a little bit of ominousity. Yeah, I like that word. Ominousity in the SMI. Ominous here. If takes out that low right there, on the surface. So see what's happening? Look at the NAS. Of course, the SPY is probably heavily weighted in the tech stock. So, the so-called value stocks are up. There's a disconnect happening right now. And look at the Dow is up, still pretty big, but NAS is starting to. In fact, they just went negative. Just went negative. Boy, there's a lot of stocks that are just really tanking now, guys. And on my thumbnail charts, again, tanking. Maybe it's too strong a word, but look at Lucid, LCID, and I'm looking at here's our famous meme stock. Had a pop this morning, GME, but now really starting to give it up. It got to the 200-day moving average and kind of got rejected right around that area. And earlier on, I was talking about KRYS. I mean, it's tough to trade. I mean, it got up to 73, back down to 69. How awesome a trade is this now turning into, guys? AI. All-time lows. You gotta love these all-time lows. Zach, I'm not sure. I mean, for a phase 1, that was a pretty spectacular run. All the way up to 103. I really don't know. I mean, it did the financing at 75 yesterday. Maybe William knows. Yeah, well, I mean, again, this is weighted, of course, with tech stocks. SPY is weighted with tech stocks, so boy, I was cheering on a 29 break. Now we might get a 28 break for the AI. I'm talking AI. Oh boy, and there's a short for Kirk. Oh, I'm seeing just some big, big downturns here, guys. So I mean, these are some of the things, on my thumbnail charts. I mean, look at these moves down. Look at KRYS. Here's Bitcoin. I mean, pops up, down. It's just a lot of nervous times in the market. I mean, that's all you can say. Guys, I've covered most of my long and KR. I just don't like the market action. Okay, I've cut my long. Yeah, my long, not my short. So I've covered most of my KR now. If it dips down below 44, that will get me completely out. And I've covered some of my AI short now. Watching it not taking out 28 yet. Got right down to the whole number, 2801. You know me. If I'm always going to take some off at the whole number. And if you don't know me, that's what I do. Well, 1023. Interesting day in the market, guys. So if you are new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between now, I'll say it now, between 8 o'clock and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm now opening the room at 8, okay? I won't be on the mic until 9, but you guys can discuss things. Instead of again, I was opening the room at 9, so I'm opening it an hour earlier, okay? But it's hard for me to be on the mic because at that time, between about 4:30 my time and 6 is when I'm doing all my scanning, okay, and trying to figure out what I might want to do once the market opens. So it's hard for me to be on the mic and answer questions at the same time. It's too distracting, but I don't mind opening the room. It doesn't work in the shower. But I do monitor it just to make sure there's no shenanigans. So far, so good. Give me a moment here, guys. All right, guys, I got bounced out of my KR short. I took a little loss on that one. That's why I was pausing here. I mean, it looked awesome. It looked like, again, and I I didn't break my rule. Didn't get close enough to 14 for me to start to take some out, but we'll have to see. At 9 o'clock, yes. Once I'm on the mic, and I'll try to get on the mic at 9 instead of 9:05. I would have done it today, but I had a problem. I had to do something and rearrange something on my monitor. So, but I'll be on the mic at 9 now. Also, yeah, that Kirk is just too. I'm glad I got out of it. Just give me a moment here. Just watching to see what it does underneath 15. That's pretty brutal. I mean, that looked. Remember, I was saying earlier though, that was kind of what got me a little scared about taking that short because it did have that crazy pop up. Okay, guys. So right now I'm out of everything. I'm out of everything. I got out of my KR long. I covered my AI short, and I covered my Kirk short for a little loss. I'm disturbed by that. Not because I took a loss, but because of this whippiness. You know what? I had, that's my bad, really. I had no idea that the float was only 12 million. I thought this was much higher. That is a rookie mistake, not realizing that float was that low for a 44 for this price of a stock. All right, well, let me get back to my preamble. So yes, so welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'll get live on the mic at 9, okay? So and I always start off with my home page. A lot of information there, my home page. Okay, so I just put my link in, my homepage link. It's also available in the main room. There's my tab, the Barry's homepage tab is right here, okay? And if you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, getting 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. There were 4 plans available. Sorry, we have a premium, standard, annual, and monthly. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the Kirk. Boy, the KR is still strong. I'm out of it now, but it is super strong. So remember that, guys. Tomorrow, if we get another earnings play from the AI, and it's positive and it has room to run, really keep an eye on it for sure. All right, so annual, monthly, premium, standard. So on an annual basis, premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'm going to go over. This is what's happening so far with the AI. I'll go over that in a bit. So the question was, what am I following? Well, I do. I mean, I'm not. It's not exclusive. I do have other trades that I take, non-AI trades, but I always watch it. Yes, and that's what got me into the. Well, I was already interested in the AI because we already had the AI right here, but But yes, I mean, I guess in a word, yes. I follow it. I don't take every trade. Okay, I got to keep an eye on this BFRI. I mean, it did drop after that halt. Sorry, guys. This is the only problem with moderating a room and trying to trade at the same time. Okay. Now, you don't have to take out an annual plan, okay? You can certainly go month to month if that's what you want. 118, 228, minus the 15%. And that discount's only good for the first month. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do decide you want to upgrade at any time, we'll honor a 15% discount, okay? Upgrade to an annual plan. So on my home page, we've already gone over the subscriptions. 3 free sections. Trade of the week is free. You get it before the market opens every Monday morning. The stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern every day, free. And all the education links, free. Most of them relevant, of course, to trade ideas. We have a big user guide now, comprehensive user guide. We have the 20 introductory lessons. If you're new to trade ideas, I really, really think you should take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. You know, it goes over just all of the basic features. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, getting down here, down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus, okay? Today is Thursday, so in our YouTube room, when I take a break at noon, between 12 and 1, somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that. When I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there between 12 and 1. Also, between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris from Create Ideas is in the YouTube room. Daily webinars. There is a webinar today. This week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And here's a great little series. If you're new to trading, okay, great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, I don't know how, I actually don't know if it's 36. Somebody said it's only 24, but regardless of what that number is, you know, it's a great little series that he put together. It's all free. And then my scans. Okay, guys, my scans. Boy, that Kirk. Yeah. I don't know if I want to take it again, but right back down. Messy. Anyway, here are my scans. So here's a sample layout that you can have. And all the individual scans that I'm sharing. This is, you know, I've got some favorite ones. The moving higher with unusually strong options. And I love, of course, the 10-day daily breakdown. 10-day daily breakout can be good also, but I'm more interested in the shorts that we get here. But, you know, it's up to you. This is what I use in the pre-market. These 4 scans. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. So you can have those. Obviously, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. So in these 2 sections here, there is a lot of information. Save my link. Then you can take a look at this whenever you want. Okay. So what is Trade Ideas? If you're brand new, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. If you want to create your own scans, and I always say it like this, if you do want to create your own scans, As you can see, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, and I'm going to show you where we have a lot of other scans that if you didn't want to create your own, or if you wanted to take mine and modify them a little bit, but if you want to start your own scans, of course you can do that. You always start off with filters. You know, in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $2 and $35. Relative volume, current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day, etc. Okay, this is what you always start off with, some filters, because my trigger is a new high for the day. And so if these criteria are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. These are the ones on the way down. Same principle, just kind of a reverse thinking. That's all. Looking for stocks breaking down. So that's how you always start off with some filters. Otherwise, if I just said, show me stocks making new highs for the day, I would be inundated with alerts. Okay. Now, the good thing is you do not have to learn a programming language. I right-click, configure, and click on search. Here are all of the alerts that we have. I'm not going to go over them all, of course. And when we get to these icons, come on. We get to these icons here, these are the filters. Now, please listen carefully. You don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. What we've done is we've tried to create enough of them so that for the, we have thousands of customers, different trading styles out there. We've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So obviously it doesn't mean you have to learn them all, but hopefully when you do a search, you can always just type in, you want to see what sort of volume alerts and filters that we have. You just start typing in volume, okay? And you'll see them all. Things like that. So you don't have to learn them all. A lot of people think, man, this program is too complicated for me. How am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. Now, I'm all out of my AI short. I wish I weren't, but I am all out of it. Well, you know what? I had to do it. I mean, it popped too much on me. But it is still moving down. Welcome. Well, let's take a shot at this. Toby Rama. Welcome to the room. Now, again, if you don't want to create your own scans, if you go to our toolbar and click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, you'll see we have all these channels here, and they're all theme-based channels. So for instance, if I wanted to look at the momentum channel, okay, this is what you'll see. All right, so if you saw a scan that looks interesting to you, here's a momentum scan. You left click on it, you'll see what it's looking for. Left click, configure, summary, you'll see what it's looking for. Now, if you like this the way it is, you could always save this scan to the cloud. Or, for instance, if you didn't like this price range, you could always make a change. Let's make a change to 10 and 100. Same goes for my scans. I mean, I have a certain price range, I have a certain volume and all that. You can always tweak them if you want. So you see how it's changed now between 10 and 100? So if that's what you wanted to do, now you could save it to the cloud. Now, a word on this. If you go to another channel and then you come back to this channel, this change will not remain. The reason being is because all these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't mean that that's what everybody else wants. So typically, all I'm trying to really describe is that you can go to the different channels and start extracting scans that look interesting to you. Here's one. The action is heating up. You might look at that, go, yeah, okay, I wouldn't mind that one. You save it to the cloud. Once you've gone through that exercise of extracting some of the scans from the different channels, then all you have to do is File, Load from Cloud. And if you save them, you'll see them immediately. You just load, go to another one, load, etc. Okay? All I'm really trying to demonstrate is that if you don't want to create your own scans at all, you don't have to. We've created a lot of different scans for you, different types of themes, so that you can use all the ones that we created, and then you can create a layout based on them. Okay, so we really try to make it easy for you. Now, if you have our premium service, okay, click on, from the toolbar, click on New, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That's all I would do. I wouldn't concern yourself with anything else. And then when you do that, never mind these two windows up here, but this is the window that you'll see. And the AI starts working. It doesn't work in the pre-market at all. The earliest alert that you'll ever get from the AI will be at 9:35. You notice we had one at 9:37 on the long of KR. Okay? And obviously, this is a great day for the AI. I mean, we've got two shorts going. Now, I have to, look, the Kirk wasn't easy, but this is telling me right now, AI, $29.99 on the entry. You have a stop. And if you're still in the trade, you'd be up 6.6%. That's what this is all telling you. So what I would do is if you have the AI, I would take this window and then I would save it to your layout. And then tomorrow when you open trade ideas, it'll be blank. I'm assuming you open before the market opens at 9:30. It'll be blank and you just wait for the alerts to happen. There is no video that's going to tell you how to trade the AI. It's up to you. But, it's sort of laid out. You don't have to get in. I didn't get in at $29.99 on this short. Didn't bother me. I waited for a little bit to see how it was trading. But that is, that's just the way it is. I mean, you have to, have some market savvy, I suppose. But how you trade it will be up to you. So there's no video that's going to say, okay, when you got that alert at $29.99, you should have taken it right then and done this. Okay? Yeah, so the question is, yes, every now and then, not often, the AI will have the same alert, same symbol alerting. Not often, though, is one on the long side and one on the short side. Obviously, this was not the way to go. Every now and then, you'll see the same symbol alerting to go long or short in different strategies. But every now we can't help it because these are just set of it's statistically based. And for whatever reason, the AI looked at this and thought, what, maybe it's too extended on the way up. And it met all the filter requirements. Okay? Doesn't happen very often, though. Okay, guys, keep an eye on that BFRI again. See if it has this big pop. Remember, it's a low float. What did it get up to? Got up to 640. I'm sorry, got up to here. Yeah, 640. Yeah, interactive brokers, doesn't matter who you are or where, like what country. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I'm in Canada. Yeah, you can start trading at 4 in the morning Eastern time if you want. I don't because I'm on the West Coast, so I'm not getting up at 1 my time. But yes, you can. Okay, guys, you have to give me a moment here. It's not a scan, blue collar. It's just one of the ones I have thumbnailed. You have to give me a moment here, guys. Like I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay. All right, guys, you probably know what I'm concentrating on right now, and that's at BFRI. And see if it has a... I'm seeing how well it holds 6. Well, it's holding well. It's holding 6 well. It just needs some volume to come in to pop it up. Yeah, so just very quickly, blue collar. So, yeah, I've got a bunch of scans or charts that I've got thumbnailed, and LCID would just happen to be one of them, okay? So it's not a scan, it's just thumbnail charts. I'm just waiting on this BFRI, guys. I don't want to miss this pop if it does, okay? That's all I'm really waiting on. And please don't ask me where I'm going to take it. If I do take it, this will be because, look, that float is so low, anything can happen. We saw how badly it after the halt, but it's got that low float. It's traded 27 million shares, 3.6 in the float. So it's traded the float 7.5 times. Again, I'm just watching to see how well it holds 6. It's basing, BFRI. It's quite the game at that whole number, guys. It did have some news, I guess, something about notice of allowance for U.S. patent. So it did have some news. Meanwhile, AI continued down. Wow, I wish I had been in that one still, but I'm not. Alright guys, doesn't look like that BFRI is... No, that's a big drop here, so I'm not interested now. I say that, but I will, I'll put my alert. I think I have an alert set up around 624. I was waiting to see if that took it out, but it did not yet anyway, so. No, I'm out of everything now. I'm not in, unfortunately. I'm out of the Kroger, I'm out of the AI. Well, you guys shouldn't be. The AI had a pop up, but the Kroger, no, I'm out of it. AI's had a fantastic day, in my opinion. I mean, never mind this. I mean, yes, this happens. I would have, I was always long biased on the KR, but the AI and KR, and to some extent the Kirk. I mean, the Kirk was a wild one. But I said, if you were listening to me, I said, you know what, guys, I'm really interested in the Kroger. It's an earnings play. I said, yesterday I dismissed the BBW, and I shouldn't have. You know, I had a fantastic day. It was another earnings play. There's very few earnings plays, and my theory is that because there are so few earnings plays, you know, a lot of us like to play stocks or trade stocks that are having earnings. When you're in the middle of earnings season with, you know, some weeks they have 1,200 stocks releasing earnings. Well, you're tugged in a lot of different directions. Right now, there are very few, so there's probably more eyes following very few earnings plays. So we have this little disconnect, guys. We've got the value stocks, the Dow is up and NAS is still down. I mean, yeah, Kroger is awesome. Well, I guess I've got two for my video at noon. Kroger is actually is actually kind of better than the AI, even though the AI has a bigger percentage. The reason being is that, you know, this probably, you know, 28 and it popped up to 20, almost 29. That probably, you know, that's the type of move that, well, that got me out, I'll be honest. I mean, it got me out of the trade. Now, what I should have done probably is just set another price alert just at 28, see if it took it out again. But, you know, I didn't. As opposed to the KR, which really, you know, I mean, I know I'm out of it, but, you know, really didn't have the same sort of whipping, a little bit of a whippiness that the AI had. Again, AI as in the stock, not our AI. But again, look at the room it's got still, $47 up here. All right, guys, let me talk a little bit about this window you see here, this big blue window that we call Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I just popped in the Brokerage Plus link. So if you click on the link, there are two videos. The short video, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. It shows you how you can connect, okay, to your E-Trade account or your Interactive Brokers account, and then you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. It's not even... Now, if you don't have an E-Trade or IB account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, okay? We happen to have a feature here that, you know, again, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can use it. But if you have another broker, it doesn't matter. You can still use Trade Ideas. The second video, which is about 26 minutes long, goes into much more detail about how you can use this window if you've connected to your E-Trade or IB account, or as a paper trader simulator, okay? Practice trading first, guys, before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy, and we've got a great simulator here. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use our simulator. It's really simple. And I should add one more thing. This is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. Now let me just demonstrate very quickly how you can use it. Let's just say you wanted to, let's take a look at the BFRI as an example, okay? Where is BFRI? Anywhere? And I can click on it. Oh, I know we got halted, okay. So when you click on an alert, you notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to take. But what I'm going to do a little bit differently, okay? Let's just say you thought, you know what? If this gets up to 610, I want to take the trade. In other words, gets back up to these highs. So you can pick how many shares you want to do this at. Let's do 400 shares. I'm going to type 610 in both boxes. Don't ask me why, you know, in the price in the stop box. All I know is that it works when you do it this way. Okay, I'm going to click the buy button and you will see a blue line appear on the chart. You will see a blue, there we go. Okay, you see this, maybe it's hard to see, but there's a blue line on the chart that it'll take, and you can see it right there. Tells you how many shares, how much it'll cost you at $6.10, okay? I don't know, Kim. I really don't know where real is. So that's how you can put a conditional buy order in. You could have done it also as a pullback. If you wanted to take the trade, you know, at a lower price than the current price, you would have put those prices in here. I'm just going to leave it there, see whether or not it wants to take that out later on the day and take the trade, okay? Yeah, so you see the AI got out of that trade. Yeah, that's a great bounce actually, about $1 bounce from the lows. Are there indicator options in? Well, you can, okay, so we do have some indicators. We're not a fully fledged charting program, all right, but there are some indicators. Here they are. Okay. So there are some indicators that you can use, put on your charts, okay? So if you right click on a chart and click on indicators, here they are. All right, Chloe. For those who don't know, there's my excited dog at my feet right now. Okay. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, so talked a little bit about money management, okay, if you're new to trading. Remember I was saying, just, you know, I digress a little bit. Remember I was saying about the CLVT? So what did it get up to? 24.49. There's 24.31. There's 24.38. And there's 24.39. So yes, it took this out a little bit, but that is kind of where it has stalled. Okay, now it's pulled back somewhat. That's why I was suggesting, you know, watch this area for a potential short off that area. You know, would have given you a little bit. But now let's see, it pulled back. Now let's see if it takes it out in a big way later on. Remember, I had an upgrade from Morgan Stanley up to $28. Okay, what I'm doing is I want to try to find just something I can demonstrate a little bit of money management, and then I can move back to concentrating on looking for stocks to trade. Yeah, that completely filled the gap. Great short by you guys. I know some of you shorted this one. I know Zach, and I don't know who else. What a great short from all the way almost 10 down to 682. I mean, the initial news, I mean, this is the news on it, but I guess the market is saying, all right, we liked it, now we don't. So the offloads Cataract Med Idria for $1 billion, but maybe that's all I got. I have no idea what that really means for this company now. I mean, it sounds like that's almost their entire company, but anyway. I did not mention rent. I haven't seen rent. Maybe it's the volume. Yeah, almost at an all-time low. I think it's the volume. Okay, it's the relative volume is too low for it to show up on a scan. But yeah, I mean, you're right. It's an all-time low. Boy, that BFRI, that's a miserable one, guys. I got to tell you, that's a miserable one. You know what? Let me flip the script on it. Let's what I was thinking of is maybe putting that conditional order down at 5 to see if it takes it. Just trying to find something else to demonstrate a little bit of money management. And today I just can't find anything. Okay, just to demonstrate something, okay? Let's just say you thought, okay, you know what, Geo has had the bounce, it's basing here, and it's got some room up to 786 if it wants to continue going higher. Let's just say you said, you know what, I want to take this trade right here. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. Again, this is just in the simulator. I just want to show you how this works. Oh, I see. Just give me a moment here because I'm supposed to get a sound alert, but something happened. Actions, play the sound, set up the sound. I'll go text. No, I don't want to go text to speech. Okay. So, in this trade right here, in the simulator, 729 was my entry. I'm going to put a stop at 709. And only to make the math easy, as I explained about money management. So again, if you're new to trading, I can't emphasize more. Don't start trading with real money until you've practiced in a simulator, okay? The other thing I should always mention is that I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade, okay? You should have some kind of a checklist, and unless you can check everything, then don't take the trade. Now, most of my checks are already in my scan. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean, I know it's going to be in the price range I like because that's what I put in my scan. I know it's going to have at least the minimum volume that I want. I know it's going to have at least the minimum relative volume that I want. So, you know, I call it, it's already been pre-checked for me based on my scans. So then when I click on an alert, now I'm quickly looking to see, okay, what sort of a pattern is it? How much room does it have on a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart? Because most of the things I do are at the high or the low of the day. So, you know, I'm quickly sizing that up. And if I don't like what I see, I don't take the trade. Okay? So I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. But let's say I'm in the trade. I take the trade. Now, not every trade is going to work. In fact, a lot of them will not work, which is okay as long as you have good money management. So for me, I always get out of a trade at a certain price when I don't think it's working. And that's where the practice comes in, okay? Where is that price? You know, that's what we call a stop price. So I put the stop here at 709, okay? I wanted to make the math easy. But how I get stopped out of a trade is when I look at a chart, and I'll certainly probably, maybe sometimes on a 2-minute chart, but usually on a 5-minute chart, I try to see where I think there's a lot of support. So if it broke down through that support area, support meaning a lot of action for a you know, fair, at least say 30, 45 minutes at a certain price. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Others, you know, there's no right or wrong way to know where you're going to place your stops. Some will take maybe the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, and that's why you have to practice, you know, to get used to, or not just used to, but comfortable with where you're placing your stops. Okay, so I put my stop 20 cents away on purpose. Notice when I added that stop, it says minus 97, which is very close to $100. Because the next concept is this: I don't take the same number of shares every trade. Number of shares I'm taking is based on the difference between my entry and my stop, which in this case is 20 cents. And now, what I do in the simulator, what I do in my live account, I'm always risking the same amount per trade. You know, in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100. So if a trade works against me, I don't want to lose more than $100 in the simulator. How much you're going to risk? You know, I will say this: if you have a $5,000 account, you obviously shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So, why did I take 500 shares in this one? If I divide 20 cents, the difference between my entry and my stop, into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. So obviously that means then, though, if I had a different, I wanted to make the math easy, in this case it was 20 cents, but if the next time it's 30 cents, or the next time it's 15 cents, or the next time it's 13 cents, you know, I'm doing some quick math, and that'll share size me. Okay, so that's some basic money management techniques, and also to obey your stop. You know, a lot of times, even if you're a seasoned trader, but if you're new to trading and you get all excited about that first trade, everything looked good. You know, you were able to, you know, go through your little checklist. It looked good. Great earnings or great news or great whatever. It still may not work. Even the best setups don't work sometimes. It's very tough in those cases to obey your stop. You start second guessing yourself, saying, maybe my stop was too tight, you know, because this is such a great setup. So instead of obeying your stop and taking out, you know, a manageable $100 loss, it turns into a $200, $300, $400, $500 loss before you finally obey your stop and get out of the trade. And you kick yourself for not doing it. One of the worst things that can happen is not obeying your stop, and you know, now you're down $200, $300, and all of a sudden it does turn around and it starts to rip, and now you're up $200, $300, $400, $500, and you say, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. And that can happen, of course it can. But I'm telling you, through many years of experience, I always obey my stop. Can always get back into the trade. Okay? You might, the concept is that maybe you were just a little bit early, you get stopped out, and then it comes back to that same setup. You can always get back into the trade. So I can't emphasize enough. Practice trading. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade real money. Okay? Just forget about it. if you can make money in the simulator, there's still no guarantee that you're going to be able to make money once you start trading live, because all of a sudden emotions do come into it. You know, not obeying your stop. You know, you get nervous. I mean, a lot of trading can be very emotional. You know, I liken it to those of you who play poker, and maybe you've done some online like the free poker sites, and you're doing great. I guarantee if you weren't doing great there, why would you ever commit real money, right? But even if you're doing well and you decide, you know what, I'm gonna trade against or play poker against others for real money. I guarantee it gets way more emotional when you're doing it. Okay, so practice trading, guys. Practice. You can auto trade the AI. We do not recommend it. Okay, I'm just flat out say we don't recommend it. Yeah, I thought about that last night, Leon. I mean, I thought about it for a while. I don't play poker, but I mean that's about the best analogy I can come up with. So simple to make money when you're not when it's, well, I shouldn't say simple, but you know, if you're just playing one of these free online poker games, yeah. But once it's real money, I'm sure it's a whole different experience. Well, I always have a stop, Scott. I always have a stop. So I don't trade the post market very much, but I mean the pre-market, I always have a stop. I don't trade the pre-market that much, but I'll always have a stop. It has to be a set price. You can't go in market. That's the only thing in the pre-market. You know, you have to have like a limit order or whatever. So somebody asked me a question about my swings. Yeah, so I don't have. I'm in Canada, okay, Sam. So all of that doesn't apply to me. Yeah. So what you're talking about, Martin, is yeah. I don't go over my swing. I don't swing trade very often, but if I do, yeah, I guess I don't go to this folder very much anymore, but in the folder, my 4 rules for swing trading. So if I open it, okay, with Windows 11, I'm a little bit tricky where I find these things now, but that's okay. I did find it. No, I'm in Canada, Sam. I'm in Canada. So here are my 4 rules for swing trading. So when I click on an alert, again, I don't swing trade very often, but if I were going to, when I click on any alert, okay, the first thing I'm doing is I'm looking for a gap. In other words, you know, when we were looking at MCRB, not that I took it, but you know, and it came up on a couple of scans. So, I mean, you look at this monthly chart, look at the gap, the potential fill on the weekly chart, this potential room that it can go until it hits any chart resistance. So, I mean, that would be one thing, okay? So I'd have to check that. Then I'm looking to see where the 200-day moving average is. Now, in this example, this is a truth chart. You know, the 200-day was way up here. So that's far enough away. If I want to go long, I don't have to worry about the 200-day maybe stalling it. Then I'm always going to see, I'll never hold through earnings, okay? Never. For me, I'll never do it. So if a stock is going through, if stock had earnings tomorrow, I'm not going to hold. I'm not going to swing it. And then I also want the stock to close near the high of the day. Why? Because I don't want to have to worry. You know, let's just say for argument's sake, I like this one, but it pulled back down to 9. Well, then I have to worry about it taking out today's high. You know, if I took the trade. So I don't want to do that. I want the stock to close near the high of the day, so I don't have to worry. Remember, I'm talking about now having this trade for tomorrow. I don't want to have to worry about you know, stalling at today's high. So if I can go check, then it becomes a swing candidate for me. Okay, but again, I'm not a big swing trader. Yeah, so we recommend that you manage the trades. The AI is sort of a man and machine thing. The machine is giving you the ideas, but we really recommend that you manage the trades on your own. That'll maximize your. Yeah, it is not. We'd love to say that all you have to do is turn the AI on in the morning, and then let it run all day and count your money every day. We'd love to be able to say that, but we can't. But, for me, it's a watch list. No more, no less. Okay, Sam, so all I have to do is access it from, see there's a folder up here, or called Room Drive. You can see my screen. Okay, you click on that. So it's between that sound icon, at least on mine. Just find the Room Drive icon, click on it, and then where it says my 4 rules for swing trading. Okay? All you have to do is find that Room Drive icon right there. All right, guys. The CFVI is maybe getting a little bit interesting here. CFVI takes out 12. It could have a bit of a run. Let me just get the symbol here. CFVI. It did get up to almost 1440 or so. So what I'm going to do, again, when I put these price alerts, it doesn't mean I take the trade. It just means I want to know if it does this. And if it does this, what sort of a pattern is it from? But more importantly, is it surging on volume? Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, Kuta. Sorry to disappoint you, but you can't. It won't work that way. Today would have been an okay day, but tomorrow is another day. Yeah, but you know what? I mean, this has the the chance that later on in the day, if it gets the volume, I mean, look at the volume tapering off. I mean, it's all about volume, guys. Look at the volume tapering off for BFRI. No interest, okay? No interest. When there's no interest, the buying dries up, and anybody who is holding up here or even here, they're going to start to take some profit. Or up here, cover their losses. Okay, the volume is just drying up. There's no interest right now. Well, I mean, let's not go crazy, but this is what happened yesterday. Now, tech was up a lot, or NAS was up a lot also yesterday. But yeah, I mean, the Dow's up 500. Remember, it was up 500 yesterday before it closed down 500. So if you're new to trading, I don't know if you've taken a look at I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend that you take a look at this video series. So I pop my homepage link in, and when you click on it, go to the education section right here, click here, and then scroll down until you see Back to Basics. If you're new to trading, this is a great little series for you. Trading is not easy, okay? It is not easy. I know I say that every day, but I mean, it is not easy. So at least, if you watch this little video series, at least it'll give you some ideas, about what trading is all about. And then after that, it's, practice in our simulator. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching some of my thumbnail charts. Yeah, some of them are rallying a little bit here, but yeah, it's free. So, I mean, you might as well check it out. All right, just taking a look at some of these ones that were flying here. This one got halted. FMTX got halted. Drifting down now. I'm not getting any new alerts now. I haven't had a new alert for a while. UPST. Let's take a look at what Zach is talking about. UPST. All right. Maybe not today, but looks like it has pretty decent support around a 111, but I know this was such a crazy mover from 120 all the way up to 400. This is 2 months ago, got up there, but wow! I mean, yeah, what a drop. Yeah, and that is exactly why I don't anticipate. I'm sorry, I'm just VFI, yeah, VFI. Or CFVI. So that's why I don't anticipate. I've got my alert set up here. My price alert is set up here. I didn't say to myself, well, you know what? I think it's going to do that, so I'm going to take it before it hits my price alert. I never do that. Yeah, I call this the main trading room, Scott. You can head over here. This is the main trading room. It's just a lot more active. More traders are in there. More exchange of ideas. I'll pop the link in if you want to come over. YouTube is just, obviously it's easier to get in. There's nothing really for you to do. In this room, you've got to create a username and a password and all that, you know, one time, but and again, you know, another thing I should emphasize a lot more are price alerts. It's so easy to do. So easy to do, right on the chart. So if you click on New and Price Alerts window, this is the window that you will see. Come on, hover, hover. This is the window that you'll see, okay? Obviously it'll be blank. I'm going to get rid of some of these. But this is how I use it, okay? What I do is I minimize the window. Once I have it up and running, I minimize the window. Why? Okay, watch what I'm going to do. Let's put an alert, a price alert. I'm going to put a price alert for CFVI. Hopefully it's moving. Now let's do Kirk. This has been a pretty active mover. Okay, so let's say I want to put a price alert at, well, I already got one at, no, sorry. I'm going to put one at, say, 1472. Or 1470. Okay, let me do it on this screen so you can see the pop-up. So I'm going to put a price alert, create a price alert, 1470. If I want to put some notes in, I can. Don't have to, but if I can. I'm going to save it. I'm going to put a price alert underneath. Hopefully it'll move one way or the other. Okay, so I've bracketed. Now come on, move. Yeah, it's the same feed, Scott. It's just that, so they see my screen. Okay, you see what happened? See how that popped up on my screen? Okay, so you cannot miss a price alert. All right, it popped up on my screen. I sorted on the triggered time column, so I'll always see it right at the top. Notice how it even changed colors, and then it fades. Also, I can put a sound alert on it. You know, it's the same as you can do with the alert windows. I can put a sound alert on it. The reason I do that is because, you know, sometimes I wander. I have a wireless headset. Sometimes I wander away from my computer. But if I hear that, I know what sound this one is. I can come racing back to see what the alert is. Okay, so use the price alerts. I mean, it's great. I mean, and so consequently, you don't have to keep watching. You know, I don't have to keep watching a chart to see if it's going to get up to the price I want. Just set the price alert. If it happens, then I click on the alert, and then I can see what's happening on the charts. And we didn't invent price alerts, but I found, you know, I've used many different types of price alerts from different brokerage platforms, different charting platforms. I find this is about the simplest one. So there's no excuse for not placing price alerts. Yeah, I noticed, I think I noticed American Airlines in, well, let's take a look at jets, okay? Let's take a look at jets. There's the ETF for the airline industry. Yeah, it's starting to move a little bit, making higher lows and all that. Are you serious, William? Wow. Well, I have to admit, even in the IB, I mean, I don't know an easy way to set the alert. I was trying to follow it, how to set a price alert on an IB chart. It just seems so convoluted. I mean, it's super simple. So I don't know. I mean, maybe they're trying to downplay Omicron. I really don't know what's going on with that one, of course. But ESSC guys, now this was a big one yesterday. Look at the gap it had, or not the gap, but the pop it had from 10 all the way up to 1278. It's almost at that high right now. Trying to take that out. It's breaking out in consolidation. It's almost an all-time high. I mean, well, obviously, if it gets up to 1281, it takes that out. That'll be an all-time high. I can't remember the reason for this yesterday. Don't know if this is this is a SPAC. So maybe they made some kind of now it's a sponsor approval extension of deadline to complete the. Well, that's in August. Okay, this is on the 26th, so I guess they're getting closer and closer to. I don't know who they're looking to buy, but yeah, we're checking it right now. Look at this. It's on the move, guys. Lots of volume came in also. A lot of volume came in. Let's see if it gets back over 13 and surges from there. It's be an all-time high. Okay, you notice right here, this is the Geo. We took this one to demonstrate in the simulator. So I should mention these. These are hotkeys, okay? So if I want to get out of this trade right now, I can flatten it. If I want to get out of half my trade, I want to double my trade, all right? Obviously, though, if I wanted to pick a number of shares I wanted to get out at, I could do it here. I could pick the price I want to exit, okay? Now, I'm going to get out of this trade right now because I just want to demonstrate something. So I'm going to flatten the trade. And it should take me out of the trade. Here we go. Okay. So, okay, I think this is a... I think this is a bug. This is no way that, yeah, we've noticed this. I'm going to get rid of that. In fact, I want to get rid of that, and I want to bring one in. Where is it? Okay. So notice what I've got here. I've got closed P&L and I've got max P&L, okay? Should put them side by side. Okay? So what does this mean? What this means is that when I was still in the trade, the max I could have made when I was in the trade was about $70. In other words, if I got it right at the very top here at 744, okay? And it looks like that's where I got out. Okay, well, 743, okay, that's where I got out. So at this point, what you would not want to see, for instance, is a max, I'll move this over. What you would not want to see is, say, a max P&L of $500, and then you got out for say $70. Okay, that would mean that your exit was not very good. Okay, I mean, hope that makes sense. You know, you shouldn't allow something if you're up $500 and you allow it just to keep drifting down, 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 and you only get say 70 out of it. Now, I'm not saying you can ever get out right at the very top, but you know, this will give you a bit of a gauge on how well you're managing your exits. And this also, now the distance from the exit price. This is going to tell me, okay, how good is my exit? What I'd want to see now, again, if this were a real trade, I want to see a big negative number. What that would mean to me is that, okay, where I got out, it's well below where I got out, which is exactly what you want to see, right? Now, the other thing you can do here is you can practice swing trading. If I do not get out of a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward, so you can practice swing trading in here also. Okay, so Sam, I'm not sure I completely understand what you mean. So when you go to I think I understand what you mean, but if this is what you mean. So you go to the momentum channel. You make some changes in it. Okay, you make some changes in it. Okay? Now you leave and you come back, and you're saying, "Hey, how come my changes weren't saved?" Is that what you mean? Yeah. Okay. So you must have missed my spiel about this. The channels are for everybody. All right. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean everybody wants the same change. You'd be like, you know, if you went to, I don't know, HBO. Okay. Those of you still have TVs. And you looked at the channel lineup and said, well, I don't like that channel. I don't want to see that ever again. Not that channel, but that program on HBO. Well, of course, you know, they don't let you do that because HBO, all the channels, they're for everybody. You pick and choose. Same sort of thing here. You know, the fact that you want to make a change here is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So, but what I do say is that typically, in the custom channel that you created. Well, as long as you save it. I don't have any custom channels. I don't have any custom channels, so let me see if I can figure out. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the ESSC as it starts to do a little bit of severe rippage here. You see, this is how I use Trade Ideas, Sam, okay? I create my layout. This is the layout that I want to see all the time. Okay? I give it a name, I create it, and I load this. If I want to then go to the channel bar and go to dock channel bar, I can go through the different channels and my layout will always remain. That's what I do. I don't create custom channels. Okay? I think because if you create a custom channel, I think you have to then pin it. To me, it gets a little convoluted. So what I do is I create my channel, call it a channel, I call it a layout. And it's a layout that I've been using the same layout in essence for years. Okay? I may take a scan out, add one in, but in essence it's the same layout that I've been using for a long time. So when you create your layout, then all you do is file, save or share to cloud, give it a name, click on entire, give it a name, okay, and then save it. And then when you exit Trade Ideas, file, exit. I'm not going to do that because sometimes it destroys my link to Interactive Brokers. It's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout, yes or no? I always say yes. And any change that I've made, it'll save. And tomorrow, when I shut down my computer, I shut it down every night. It's always good practice to shut down Trade Ideas every night. And then, you know, tomorrow morning, I load trade ideas, my layout loads. Okay, so file. So once you've got your layout all done, and if you're using our, I don't go over the docking. It's probably too, it's a little complicated for most people. Okay, so I don't go over docking too much. But if you have, how many monitors do you have, Sam? 3. Okay, so are you using docking at all? Are you putting, like doing things like this? You don't have to. I'm just asking if you do. Okay. So, yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to. Okay, it's a little feature we've got, but it's certainly not mandatory to use. Okay, you don't have to understand it at all. Before we had docking, though, like that, all you do is you put all of your trade ideas windows. First of all, you designate one of your monitors as your main monitor. Okay, this is my main monitor, the one I display. And I put the toolbar in the upper left-hand corner. Okay, and I arrange all the windows. Imagine these weren't docked. Okay, they were just free-floating windows. I put all my trade ideas, other trade ideas windows, scans, etc., charts, whatever, on my other 2 monitors, which I do have. I've also got 2 monitors. And once I have them arranged exactly where I want them, then I click on Tools, Options, Layouts. And then I check Open relative to main window, and I save. When you do that, when you shut down trade ideas, file, exit, want to save your layout, yes, no, yes. Then when you load trade ideas tomorrow or later on in the day, if you reload it, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? And then though, even if you've got free floating windows, you can always access, as long as you click on New and then the docked channel bar, then even if you've got free floating windows, not like I've got docked, you can still, you can go through all the different channels and your layout will remain. Yeah, so you just click on New and then docked channel bar, not the channel bar. I wish they would get rid of this, but anyway, docked channel bar. And when you do that, then you can click on, you can click on any channel you want and your layout remains. This is the biggest feature as far as I'm concerned with docking. The ability to dock windows and create little containers, it's nice. But it's not that big a deal in my opinion. This is the big deal because, before people just weren't able to, they didn't want to go through the channels because their layout would disappear. You could only have one layout loaded at a time. So it sort of defeated the purpose of having, creating a layout and then being able to surf through the channels during the day. Now you can do that. No, what you need is then a newer version of trade ideas. You must be in an old version. You don't need premium. Okay, if you go to our homepage and download the latest version of trade ideas, it will be there. So if you go to my homepage, go to my home page, click on my home page link, and then when you get to it, again, this is what you'll see, and download software. Okay, and then here, download trade edit. Well, this is the latest production version. Okay, so you can download that, and that includes the docking channel bar. No, there's no there's no such people would not want that auto upgrading. I mean, you might. But most people want to be able to, make a decision on their own if they want to upgrade. SHPW halted on the way up. This was active a couple of days ago. It did the same sort of thing a couple of days ago, right up to 613. Yeah, well, that's why I'm here, Sam. You can ask me questions. Anybody can ask me questions, of course. Well, here's another one almost at an all-time low, ALKT. All right, guys, it's 11:48. I just want to confirm that it's Jamie in our YouTube room. He might have already let me know. Oh, Chris. So, okay, it's Chris will be in our YouTube room. He's filling in for Jamie today. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there when Chris is there. Because I'll be taking my break in about 10 minutes. Yeah, guys, if you're into shorting stocks, this is not a bad little scan. The lifetime low scan. Not a bad little scan. This is just showing stocks that are basically either at their lifetime low or very close to their lifetime low. And especially if it's an earnings play or something like that, like the AI today was. I mean, they can just be devastating. So I'll pop this in again. It was reasonably popular yesterday. What I'm going to do. Grab it from here. Well, the ESSC has been a bit of a fun one here. Let's see if it really holds 13 again and starts to rip. Look at Captain Kirk. Wow, Kirk, big pop here, guys. Look at this. Boy, this has been a tough one today. It's been very, very choppy. I had no idea it had that low of a float. I don't know why. I just thought it had, 100 million in the float or. Sure scans all day a perfect circle. All day. Man, oh man, oh man. Zach, did you short this one? The IGC? I mean, it got halted. Fluffy news. Wow, what a great short that was. Remember you talked about it early. This was the opening, yeah, that's the opening 15-minute candle. Okay, ship, let's say that really carefully. Ship W just opened. Another really choppy one was that DWAC. Look how choppy this is. This is a tough day for a lot of stocks. Looking like this, you know, the big pop after hours on that news about raising money. A little move in the pre-market, down, up, down, up. Very, very choppy. See a lot of stocks like that. Kirk, another great example of a super choppy stock. Okay, let's take a look at BKR. BK, is this new news? BRKR? Let's see if this is a sort of breaking news. Or is this something? Oh, okay. I still have alerts set there for BFRI. I think I still have my price alert set up here. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. On the 2-minute chart, 5-minute chart, 15-minute chart, that's a big area for to try to take out. Because if it does, it's got room. I mean, all we're looking at now, if it can somehow find a way to do it, and you look left on that daily chart, the next high is way up here at 720. Make sure I'm right. 729. So that's about $1 away if it can get through this that 620 level. Now, will it? I don't know. That's why I'm not going to anticipate. I'm not going to take the trade thinking it will. All right, guys, give me a moment. My headset just died on me. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. All right, back. Ooh, getting close, guys. BFRI is getting close to maybe breaking out. I'm not going to, again, risky. 3.6 million in the float, just so you know, okay? You just sort of missed the Black Friday, Michael. I might be able to, though, if you click on my link, for 25% off. Just give me a moment here. I'm just watching the BFRI, guys. I want to see if I want to take this. If you take out an annual, but I don't want to force you into it. Right now, the best I can do is 15%, okay, on a monthly. If you do take out an annual, I can probably get you 25%, but I don't want to force you into it. Okay, Chris, I'll stop right now, okay? Okay, I'll stop right now. So let's see, just got to find where you are. Okay, I'll stop my stream right now.
Alright, Chris Varley here with Trade Ideas, filling in for Jamie. Just real quick, sometimes when we make this switch, people get booted, so just please refresh your browser window. Come right back. Like it when you guys are in here, big crowd. Let me know. I believe my audio's good. Have it turned all the way up, so hopefully that's loud enough for you. Excellent, perfect circle, Pete. Good to see you both. Hopefully I'll see you both again later in the day at the 3:30 session. For those that don't know, my name's Chris Varley. I work here with the support team with Trade Ideas. I also do a 3:30 Eastern support session, so when Barry closes the stream at 3 o'clock each day, I open it back up again at 3:30 Eastern. So, much similar to what we're doing here. In this, open forum, there's no pre-done content, so, you guys drive the content with your questions. So with that said, floor is open. Start firing away for me, folks. Alright, looks like it's kicked a whole bunch of you from it now, so hopefully you'll come back, because I just watched a little over half of you get kicked from the stream. So alright, now almost everybody's gone. Alright, so I see a few of you starting to come back in. Again, folks, this is a live open forum Q&A, so I don't have anything pre-done. This is on you guys. Sorry, just an internal conversation, seeing how we can stop that from happening, or if we can stop that from happening. It was a seamless switch. I just don't understand how, 40 of you, 45 of you got kicked out all of a sudden. What scanner topless will show a pullback on indices the quickest? You're going to want to have a scan that's pointing at a symbols list then with the indices that you want on it. I'm guessing you're talking about, SPY, TAN, so on and so forth. There, Lonesome Dove. So, you can, this is what I have here. I can't outright share it because it's attached to a symbols list, but if you email info@trade-ideas.com, I can give you the symbols that I have on there. info@trade-ideas.com. I can send you the symbols list that's attached to this, but all I've done is I've taken a symbols list and I put all these different ETFs on here that represent sectors. And if we right click, someday it'll work. Here we go. And configure, it's just a blank top list. Windows specific filter, there's nothing in here. I'm just sorting on the change from close percent. And in the symbols list here, it's just looking at my personal sector analysis list. That's it. So, the only other thing that I could suggest you to do would be if we go to new dock channel bar. I don't know if it's going to be a dock channel or not. We've got to check it out here. The sectors channel. Some channels couldn't make the dock channel list due to size restrictions. So let's take a look here. Sector, yes, sector status. So you can come in here as well. In the sector status there, Lonesome Dove. You can pick any one of these scans that you want and save it to the cloud, and then you can load it from the cloud into your regular layout, or you could even just use this channel for a layout. And so those would be the two directions that I would send you. Now, if you're looking for pullbacks and things like that, then you're going to want to, you can either sort change from close negative, or sort from a different tab. So for example, we could look at, configure, and we could sort it from, and go change. And you could sort it on any of these time frames and sort it from, the biggest pullback in that time frame, essentially. And that would be my suggestion to you for that. Other than trying to build a scan. But then the issue is when you build a scan that has a symbols list attached to it, the symbols have to, you're limited to those symbols, and they have to qualify the filters. And if you even take it a step further to make an alert, they have to qualify the filters, and they're going to have to qualify an alert as well. So there's a few different options that are there for you. Let me know if I'm making sense with any of that. And I'm going to get rid of this here. And what I mean is, if we were to take this and duplicate this top list here, what I could do is right click, configure, and I can go to search, and go to change. Let's say I want to see the biggest moves over the last 15 minutes on a percent basis. I can show that column, all right, press OK, and now on the display sort here, all right, I can sort like this. I can click, and so now I've got my biggest change in the last 15 minutes negative to positive, all right. And that's, that allows every stock that I'm looking at in that scan, because this is specific to just those, I don't know, I have like 70 something tickers in this list. It would be just specific to these tickers, so I don't have any filters blocking anything. I'm just looking at the biggest change in 15 minutes right now. All right, so in order to get that, so if you take just any blank top list, and you can write, you come into the configure of a blank top list, go to symbols lists on the tabs, add existing list. You're going to find whatever your list is called here, all right, and then it'll appear on this. You're going to put a check mark in it, and this drop down menu, you're going to select only the following. That's going to give you what you want. Now you can add filters to it, but like I said, if the stock or the ticker, whatever it is, being an ETF or stock, if it doesn't qualify the filter, it's going to get dropped off the list. So you're already taking a very narrow snapshot of what you're looking at, anyways. So adding any filters really starts to narrow you down. So that's my suggestion to you if you've got a narrow view anyways. And then, there's a few different things with sorting here. All right. So there's 3 ways that top list gets sorted. All right. The first way, we'll call it the server sort. Okay. So if we come into the configure and we go to sort, you have these that'll be there as a default because of the columns that you have. All right. Or you can come back to the search and you can search for what you want to server sort from. So if I wanted to sort on, average 10-day volume, now I should put sort by that, okay? And that means that, let's just say that there's 500 tickers that could qualify for this, but only the top 100 are going to make it, and that's all I want to see is the top 100 anyways. So the server is going to show me the top 100 based on sorting from that filter, all right? Once we have our server sort, then we have our display sort, which is this, by double-clicking the columns. That's your display sort, and it's going to give you in an order based on this, whether you want biggest change negative, biggest change positive, all right? Those 2 options there. And then there's the color sort. So right now, if we come into the color sort, we right-click, we come to properties, we go to select color, you're going to find that right now I'm sorting based on change from close for color. But I could change that to whatever I want. So if I were to change this now to what I have, change 15 minutes. Change 15 minutes. All right, percent. Now you're going to see how it's nice and neat now, the colors again, instead of being all jumbled like they were. All right. So that's, how that works. So there's 3 sorts. What it's going to pull from the server first to populate the list, how you're displaying it in order, and then the coloring of that order essentially. So hopefully that all makes sense, and I see you have some more stuff. So making sense, personal watch list, trading shorter time frames. Should I adjust for shorter time frames? My goal here is to be alerted on pullbacks as quickly as possible. Then, yeah, you can go with, go with a different change. The issue again with the top list is you're going to have to keep an eye on it. There's no way to get an alert saying, hey, this did this on the top list, other than to just kind of watch the cycle every 30 seconds. The only other thing that I would suggest then is maybe creating an alert window that has a bunch of moving down alerts but no filters, looking at only that list then. So then, my suggestion is this. New alert window. So I'm going to bring over an alert window configure here. All right, and make sure that there's no filters. All right, is what I would suggest. All right, there we go. We've gotten rid of all those filters. That's blank there. And then come to search and maybe come through a few of these. Add alert. Select it as far as new low. Let's see what else. Maybe couple of these pullback ones here. Add these, because all these alerts will act independently. So all you're trying to get is an event on that very narrow snapshot of what you're trying to look for. Add alert. So you can go through. You do this yourself, but just to show as the exercise here. Find any of these things that you want here. Even maybe across below support or something like that. All right. You can put however many you want here, and then attach this once again, the same thing, to that symbols list, and things will hit it, accordingly to what you're doing there. So those would be my suggestions to you for that. I'll go ahead and get rid of all these items here. And then I see, okay, I'm back to so does VWAP also work as resistance when a stock is approaching from under? It absolutely can work as resistance from approaching from under. I'll give you an example here. I like not using it as much as I used to, but for a while I was using a 2-day anchored VWAP on a SPY chart a lot for momentum indicating in the short term for the SPY. And we can see here, look at this. This is a 2-day VWAP, right? Rejected. We gapped up over it and we got right back under it. And as soon as we got back under it, rejected. And we're fighting with it right now again here on a 2-day anchored VWAP. So absolutely, it can work both ways, just like any moving average can. It's the same as any moving average, just how it's calculated is the difference. In EMA, SMA, they're all moving averages. They can all act as resistance or support. They can all act like they're not there too. So, but if it's something, what I always say is there's no magic indicator. But if you like VWAP, if it, quote unquote speaks to you on the charts, and it seems to be something that gives you an edge or a handle on being able to read what you're doing on the chart, by all means use it. I jumped around a bunch of different indicators, and I've settled on two that I personally like, and they're the only two I keep on my intraday charts is a 8 EMA and a 20 SMA. That's it. On the daily charts, I do it a little different. I got a 50 SMA on the daily chart, and I have a position low of or multi-period low of 20 days as well on the daily charts. For a long time, I hemmed and hawed over getting rid of the 50 SMA. I've settled on leaving it for now, but I like clean charts. I don't like a lot of stuff on my charts. So hopefully that gets you answered there, Pete, and Lonesome Dove answered. And if there's something else that if I didn't cover it how you wanted it covered, or if there's more to it, keep firing away those questions there in the panel. Sorry, just clicking around a few things here. Trying to keep up on the other supports that I have to do. So with that said, jump in, take look at a few of these Holly alerts here today. Interesting. She was really doing it from the short side, and then she really moved to the long side. Very interesting stuff. And you look at this max profit column here. You got AI. She was all over this beautiful short right here. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute candles before you start to find that reverse and that trend change in it. I'm sure that's no accident that it's also the market is helping to reverse it a little bit there. KR from the long side though, all day long and strong here. Really beauty. I think it's an earnings play, no? Yeah, it's an earnings play. So nice gap up. Blasted through this short-term resistance right here. And really just kept moving. Not surprised that it's finding some trouble right here on this here. I mean, first off, it's made a heck of a move already. And 12% move, that 13% move, that's nothing to sneeze at. And now you're running into this gap fill here as well. So a couple nice ones there from the AI. This one's a bummer. I had a discussion with someone in the chat earlier about this. Just kind of is what it is. Usually these can't sneak through, but it did, and that extension will leave it not tradable, unfortunately. Like that. I'm not sure what the underlying equity is, or if there is one to trade. And the rest just kind of floundering around. Wow. Should have kept my eye on this more. I really thought this was gonna change. Actually, was gonna make a move back up. And well, just did that exactly what I thought it was going to do, but I took my eye off that ball. So this worked out for a couple of minutes here. You got the entry on this candle here. You towed the entry line for a little bit. You were in the money. Not terrible. I mean, look, the entry's at what was it, 1477? You got as low as 1412, give or take. What more do you want? An in and out one, and that's why I always, if anybody knows me, they know how I am all about, it's the person in the machine. Machine can't do it on its own. Person can't do it on its own. I'm sorry to hear that, Perfect Circle. It's been a rough one out there. So just the entries on a lot of these AIs here, these AI calls, they're really great entries. It's the exit that's less than wonderful on a lot of them. So, but it kind of is what it is. So that's all my comments on Holly for now. I have to save some more for the 3:30 session later. All right, we're a quiet bunch in here today. I don't know whether to take that personal or not. So jump around the market real quick overall. And, I just always want to touch on this because I've seen comments come in before that, when we're going over charts that, they're not getting, people are claiming you're not getting trade ideas education. We're just talking about charts. So it's an open forum. If you don't want to hear me talk about charts, ask a question. Otherwise, like I said, I don't have anything pre-done. So I'm just going to jump around some charts in the market for now. And I am happy to quit that right away to answer any platform questions. As always, I disclaimer, I'm not a CMT or anything else. I just, I do okay trading. I know the software well. What I see on a chart, you might not see on a chart. But let's take a dive around. Pretty sure out there, not pretty out there, laying low, observing stocks, but yeah, same thing here. I'm pretty much sitting 90% cash at this point as far as trading goes. And that transition was seamless, but then bumped a lot of us off. Yeah, I'm not sure why. The same thing, Pete. I'm always just focused on a couple of stocks. And no, I know some people just want to, trading can be a lonely endeavor, and you can only listen to so much music or have a movie or show on in the background, and having someone else just talking trading in the background is great, even if you don't feel like necessarily actively interactive. So, but I had a few emails come in one time about the late session. I was only talking about charts, and it didn't see any benefit to it as far as the software went. So, and I emailed them back right away saying, we do other things, but, if nobody's going to ask me questions, I'm not going to sit there with dead air and just not talk about anything. And, I can only make so many scans in a week, coming up with stuff off the top of my head. But with all that said, so I was going to look at SPY, but we'll look at FGEN. I think Michael mentioned this earlier. Yep. Sorry, I just had a message coming. All right, so FGEN. All right, so we got earnings behind it. It's above $10. I do like that. We got what looks to be some pretty tough resistance right here, and you're just about at that. Or at it, And then the same thing's going to go here. So you got room to 14 before you start to run into trouble again. So there's quite a bit of resistance on the daily chart. But if you can make it up over 15 and into that gap, a great example, BLUE, before it came crashing back down, was really great. I mean, look at this, had this great kind of very similar to what was it, FGEN is doing, very similar, all right? And it made it and filled this gap, and then the earnings happened, and that was the end of it. So, also just note, both of them are bios. Real easy to wake up, with your position cut in half on a bio. So just be careful if you're swinging bios. That's all I can say. I do it. I've been semi-burned a couple of times. I've, also woken up on the other side of the coin where, it was up a good percent too. So it's kind of balanced itself out. But there's some bad ones. I mean, this is not the. This is a bad. This is a bad one, but not the worst of examples I could show. I mean, I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but you close somewhere around $25, and the next morning you wake up and you're opening at 17 and drop all the way down to 13. I mean, that's not exactly a good feeling. And bios are more likely to do that than any other stock that, category of stocks or whatever are out there. So just understand that's you can literally wake up and you could watch a stock, you could see a stock at 100 and watch it open at 50 the next day, and it's to say it would make you sick to your stomach would be an understatement. I'm on a monthly subscription. I choose to go annual for the standard, but then months later decide to upgrade to premium access. How that will reflect on pricing? Okay, so if you go standard annual, and then you upgrade to premium, it'll just be the difference, the prorated difference. So whatever you paid for the annual, minus whatever for the annual standard will be added on prorated against what the balance of a premium annual standard subscription would, premium annual subscription would be. Lonesome Dove. And I think that's the way to always do it. I suggest anybody when I'm interacting, asking about pricing and all those things like that. If you're not sure whether or not premium or standard is right for you, start with standard, and then you can upgrade. And always start with the monthly, because you can always upgrade within that first month, and keep any discounts and so on and so forth. If you upgrade within that first month, and then if you decide we aren't what you were looking for, you cancel at the end of that month. That's the end of it. You paid for a month, and as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing lost. So there's that. Let me wrap out here on FGEN, and then I see your question coming in there, Mr. If or Mrs. If. FGEN. So, looking back this here, like I said, you've got this grind to try to get through. You've got earnings behind it, so it doesn't look like earnings will have any effect on it whatsoever. And that's it. Know your risk. Excuse me. Know your risk levels. What's getting you out of the stock, and know your trade management levels to the upside. If you've got, if you have a smaller position, sometimes selling small lots isn't really beneficial, and just closing out the trade while you're up is really the way to go. And I know it's tough to, close out a trade for a win and then see it keep going without you, but it's just the nature of the game. You're never getting the top. Odds are you're not getting the bottom. But if you can get, a piece of that middle, that's what you want. Now if you have a real sizable position in there, I won't go into what's a small position or a sizable position, because it's kind of relative to each individual. But if you have a sizable position and you're up, and you're hesitant, especially here, you're bumping into some resistance, selling a little might not be a bad idea. I don't know where you're in from, or if you're even in, if you're looking to get in, but you definitely, you got resistance right here, and you got resistance at 14 again, both because it's 14 and it's a whole number, and because we can see that this was a tough area before. So that would be my FGN thoughts. What is the best way to have multiple scans with audio alerts? You just enable the audio alerts. If you're on a Windows machine, you can, there's a properties, actions, you can, choose from here. I know these ones all kind of sound the same. Then there's a text to speech, and you can even go with the custom sound. You can import custom sounds into Windows, and then you could pull it from here. All right, so you can, put a custom sound on each scan. I don't use sound on trade ideas. I probably haven't used sound for 3 years now, so it's just not something that I put a lot of stock into personally. I don't have a lot of running. But if you got 4 or 5 active scans, alert windows, 2, 3, 4, whatever active alert windows, I'd assign each one a different sound, and maybe import 1 or 2 different ones now. 1 or 2 different ones, 1 or 2 different sounds as custom sounds, and then put them in like that. And then, back in the setup, sorry. So, you can select the sound file that you want from here. And, once you've got that selected, make sure you're on the use custom, and that's that. So that would be my workaround to you. Let's see, Pete, ADGI thoughts. ADGI. Let's see. Another bio. Holy cow, that move like that. I'm guessing this is a new issue, yeah. There's a lot and nothing all at the same time. You only got data going back to here. This obviously matters, I would say. And even though these didn't reach there, I'll say that this was a result of that back there. We don't really have a trading journal feature. The best would be the calendar in this for simulated trading in Brokerage Plus. But I've never really used the calendar much, but apparently there's some bugs in it that I've had reported. I've filed some things with the dev team, and I haven't heard back from them on those yet. So I don't know what else to make of those. It puts me in an awkward position with talking to you all in support and being at the mercy of what they can and can't do, and they kind of move in mysterious ways, the dev team. So but that would be the closest, and that's just tracking the actual trades you did. There's no comments or anything like that on it. I know Michael uses one, but it costs money. It's not free. I forget what it is. Let me see if I can do some research here on that. I'll get back to you on that one there, Lonely Dove. Back on ADGI. So you have all this, all this going on right here. Number one, number two, the volume is dried up. All right, it's a million shares traded today, which is liquid, but it's really taking a big hit on the relative volume now. So you have very few people interested in the stock now. Then the big money ball here is you now have a lot of bag holders up here that are now praying to whatever they happen to believe in that that price gets anywhere near where they bought it at so that they can sell it to everybody coming here. I would bet, and I'm pretty confident there's going to be quite a bit of supply up here, and there's not very much demand in here right now. So anytime that demand does bring the price to here, you better believe that supply is going to be distributing it right back down on top of it. That's my personal thoughts on it. I could be wrong. It's also a bio. I'm sure this was news driven. They could have more follow-up news with it right here. So you're kind of at, you're not at the mercy of the chart, other than supply and demand, simple supply and demands. There's no real clean cut anything here. Now I don't know if there's some kind of underlying things with news, and if it's an investable stock like that. That's not what I do, not what I look at. I don't look at news. I just don't look at news. That's all there is to it. So if you're really interested in it, or if you've taken a position somewhere in here, manage it, and watch whatever your faster moving averages, see when the price catches those. I'll say if you got an 8 EMA or a 10 SMA or something like that, and they get up over top of the price action, I'll say this will be the direction that it's headed afterwards. That would be ADGI, and for my 2 cents, you're shorting it. Yeah, that might be right there, Perfect Circle. I think that you're right, but he pays to use that, so that makes sense. And so we're shorting it. Well, then I would also say those are levels where the interest came back up. You're stuck in this rate here, and I think it's a lot of waiting game going on. These moving averages to catch up. Is there more news? And these people up here, how long are they willing to sit in pain before they decide I just got to sell? So that's where that is. I would say there, Pete. And in the end, it comes down to your risk plan. Know your risk management. Know your tolerances. Know what's getting you in on the profit side. What's getting you out on the loss side. So all right, there's that. Yeah, of course, Pete. Happy to do that. So, all right, we'll dive back into jumping around the markets a little bit. And again, it's open forum here. So, again, cut me off at any time, whether you have a question about the markets or anything else, or question about the scanning, building something, a filter, an alert, something like that. And like I said, any comments that I make on the market are just some random dude who likes to look at charts, and that's all I got. So. But let's jump around. SPY. The trend's been our friend. Is it over? I don't know. Maybe. Is it not over? Maybe. I think this level is really big here. The longer we stay below 457, the more bearish the tape becomes. All right. Back above it, obviously, the more bullish the tape becomes. But we're mostly range bound, I would say. A range began back here. We dipped under it. We got right back into it right here. So, you've got a big portion of this time in a range minus this little section right here. That's it, to be honest. All right. And so what did we do? We got right out of that range, and we dropped right back into the range. So chop, 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 chop. And if you're watching stocks in general, chop, 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 chop. I would bet it's pretty safe to say, as I was looking at a lot of charts last night, find most Most stocks are starting to find their way towards their 200 SMA. I think that's no surprise because the solar moving averages are really be given a chance to catch up to everything at this point. I suspect it'll be no different with the indexes as well. I don't keep a 200 SMA up, but that's logic would dictate that as we make these moves up and these pullbacks and we continue to just kind of chop without any massive move up, that's what's going to happen. So the other thing that I'll note here is, you know, this, we'll call it a sell-off with that volume. This sell-off with that volume. This sell-off or dip or whatever you want to call it with that volume. And this one with this one and this one with this one, and after every single one we were moving back up and we were moving back up and we were moving back up. We moved up and had a bigger one here. We moved up bigger off that bigger pullback. So I don't know, is this a bigger pullback for another bigger move up? Possible. Is it the beginning of something worse? Also possible. So, and then we'll hit the Qs. Do I look at dark pool data? No. Never look at dark pool data. I don't look at level 2, just time and sales. That's all I look at. Regular time and sales. Any suggestions with regard to MACD RSI settings? MACD, no. As I mentioned yesterday, I did. The only thing I know about MACD is what little bit I started to read recently about it being crossovers involving EMAs. And as far as RSI goes, I like RSI when I'm messing around building some scans, but I think RSI is kind of a short-term indicator for me, and we have it more short-term. Yes, we have a daily RSI, and then I think what do we have, like a 2-minute, 5-minute, 15 and 30-minute, or 15 and 60 minutes, something like that for RSIs. So I would say that RSI, as far as that goes, more of a short-term indicator. I don't put a ton of stock into it. And I think it's one of those indicators that's true to what it is. And what do I mean by that? That, when you find stuff that's in that, let's say 60 to 65 range and it's been strong and trending, I think you can start to look for a shot at it pushing, making a last gasp push up before starting to give that up and come back to the mean. Everything reverts to the mean always. So this, RSI would be no different. When you start to, hit kind of overbought and get and the trend's been your friend on it, to find it get to very overbought before pulling back into that happy medium. And then the reverse side, where, if you got something, let's say, I don't know, 25 to 20 or something like that, and a reverse in price action, the same kind of idea behind it. Yeah, you can definitely use it like that too. As you see that RSI falling, it's giving you, letting you know that the strength in that stock is gone. It's over. With the strength of that price action. So, but here's the biggest thing. The only live indicator that exists is price. That's it. Everything else lags price. Every moving average lags price. Every crossover lags price. RSI lags price. Standard deviation lags price. Linear regression really lags price. So every one of those lag price in the end. So, that's what you have to consider is, how does it lagging price in the action in the price in that indicator match up to what you're trying to find from it? And that's why I say, if you got an indicator that works, it's not just the indicator that works for you. Keep that in mind. It's the price action with that indicator that is working for you. And that's why there is no magic indicator. It's, the only indicator that is live is that price, and how you're matching it up with whatever indicator works for you. That's what matters. But yeah, like, for example, I have RSI on my daily charts. I like to look at it. I like to, because I'm more, swing oriented. So I want to see, what are we doing? Are we on a long-term trend for RSI? Is it a pullback in price and RSI? How sharp was the pullback on both of those? Something to look at, from this last big dip on RSI here on this daily chart. Really not much going on, I'm not going to I'm not trying to really do technical analysis on RSI, but looking at these pullbacks, what is this indicating to you It's really not telling me a whole lot, to be honest, other than a revision to the mean. And now are we ready to, make that move back up after that revision to the mean, and then we'll get smacked down again. Any swing suggestions for the next week? Not in this environment. I've really anything that I've swung has been an overnight swing, and I'm exiting almost the next day. If I'm even swinging things overnight right now, to be honest, for the last I guess 2 weeks, give or take. I don't like I don't like up here, and this chop is no good. When we were doing this, I had a good couple of weeks actually. Right up until we started grinding here, and then it just got tough again for me. And when I say tough again for me, I just faster, I'm taking smaller share size, I'm exiting trades quicker, things like that. Back here, had a nice time, and it goes back to, as I say in the late day Q&A, a rising tide lifts all boats, makes it real easy for everybody. So, but if I was looking at anything on the longer term, I don't know. Let's take a look here. I've really my like list, I haven't almost added anything to it in the last week, and I just keep dropping stuff off. This is probably the least amount of stocks I've had on this in the last 8 months. But let's see. I still like MCRB. That's a beautiful gap. We're past earnings. It looks strong. It seems to be kind of trading on its own versus the market, but it's had a big run up now, so I'm not going chasing that. I missed my shot on it. I liked it back. I liked it back here, and I never entered it. I just kept, playing chicken with the price to pull back for an entry that I wanted, and the price kept leaving the entry that I wanted, and that was that. So I missed it, but I'd still keep it. I'd still keep an eye on it, and still remember that it's a pharmaceutical. So watch out. I think this is something. Yeah, I'm still watching this. But you just got to watch because it is trading similar to the indexes, not completely in lockstep with it, but when that sell-off happened yesterday, that coincided with it pretty perfectly. Today it's not mirroring them, but it is close, so just keep that in mind. But I still like that we had this base here come out of that and explode twice. All right, and I like that we're setting up here again. Market rolls over, this is over. That's all there is to it. So there's just no way this is going to trade on its own. It's got a good size float, so just keep that in mind. That can slow the price action down on it for sure. People are talking about crashes every day, Pete. One of the things I like Twitter a lot. Really kind of toned down some extracurricular stuff that I was doing on Twitter and just moving right to all finance stuff, not commenting on anything else anymore. But one thing I do on Twitter is anybody that's just bearish, I just mute them or block them. I just don't have time for it. And anybody that's overly bullish, I do the same thing too. I just don't want to hear it. Price pays. Your opinion doesn't pay. My opinion doesn't pay. Their opinion certainly doesn't pay. I might be quote unquote bullish a stock today, and I might be bearish on it the next day. And I'll give you a great example of that. Anybody that knows me knows that precious metals, I just don't get it. I just don't understand precious metals. That's all there is to it. They serve no real world purpose to me whatsoever. Silver, yes, it can be used as a conductor in chips and things like that. Apparently gold can too, although I've never heard of anybody doing that, but someone is adamant about it to me recently. So anyways, whatever. I'm not gonna argue those things. I don't build chips or anything like that, so I really don't know. But at least silver has some kind of real world value in it. Outside of the fact that I can't take it into a store and buy anything. So I've thought for a long time, right? Yes, it's a traditional inflation hedge, so it gives it that for the old guard, if you will. Plus, it has a real world use. So I'm like, I just feel like silver is just overdone on the selling, and silver cannot get out of its way whatsoever. And so, watching this long term, just every time it tries to do anything, it can't get out. And this is kind of nonsense in here. That was Wall Street Bets silver squeeze garbage or whatever that went on. And that's not a comment on Wall Street Bets or anything like that. Just when things like that go on, unless you have a plan to trade it, there's just no point in being involved in it. In my view. But with that said, we're just in this long-term channel down on silver, and so it started to turn here, and I thought, all right, maybe silver, maybe we got it now. We've shaken out all the nonsense back here that went on with silver, and silver's ready to make its move back up. And then no, it went down, and I said, all right, well maybe that's just a pullback in the moving averages. Did have a nice move up, and then it started to move up, and I'm like, all right, yeah, silver's ready to do it. And then this happens with silver. All right, so I was bearish. I've been bearish silver from here on. I'm bearish just based on a chart. Right here, I said to myself, maybe it's turning. I said, and then I'm like, it doesn't have me convinced. And I said, all right, they've got my attention. I think this could be the move on silver, and it was the move on silver, just right back down into that channel, lower and lower and lower. So that's my take. So when someone's calling for crashes and things like that, that's awesome. It's headline grabbers and all that stuff like that, as far as I'm concerned. And the other thing I always like to throw out there is this is absolutely the most hated bull market in all bull market history, as far as I understand. Of course, I wasn't around for some of these other bull markets. In the 90s, I was a teenager in the 90s, so I wasn't exactly paying much attention to the stock market when I was 17 years old. When I started paying attention to stocks, it was the very early 2000s, and you had the dot-com bubble crash, and then you had a decent bull market run up for a few years after that, and after 9/11 and all that, right up into the financial crash. And since whatever it is, February or March of, I guess, 2010 or something like that, we've really been on a bull run, other than COVID. I mean, here you go. Let's do it like this. Let's bring up a weekly chart. And, Brexit happened, and, the world was coming to an end, and then it wasn't. So I think this might have been, no, Brexit had to be back here, maybe. I can't remember anymore. This is when the Fed was tightening back in 2018 at the end of the year. Obviously, that's COVID. I don't know how much further I can really go back on this chart. See if I can pop it out. There we go. So I think June. So maybe like one of these days was Brexit or something. Wasn't in 2015. So we're going way back now. So here's back. Just coming out of the financial crisis, and we've been on a run since then. Some obviously pullbacks, but look at this weekly chart of the SPY coming out of the financial crisis. Financial crisis ending somewhere back here, really. And we begin to trend up, right? And we get a pullback, and we got to trend up, and we get a pullback, and we got to trend up, and we get a pullback, and just the whole way through. And that was a real nice long march for a few years before these couple of items happened here. So there was a crash called here and here, and a crash called there and there, and the only crash that I've seen so far is that's the only crash. That's it. That was a pullback to almost a bear market, or maybe it was like in bear market territory for like 2 days before. Now, of course, Fed speak took it right out of bear market, as most people tell you or say. But I'm not concerned with that. I'm concerned with what the chart said, and that's it. So. I don't think anybody's been right on a crash for a long time, and COVID doesn't count as far as I'm concerned. So, the path of least resistance. I mean, this is, just looking at a return to the mean, return to the average. I mean, this is, to me, that's overdone. And, it wouldn't hurt us to pull back here to 400 in my own view. In fact, I'd actually love it if it pulled back to there. It'd break a bunch of charts and set up some great new buying opportunities, I think, from off of there. But we've been range bound instead for quite a while is what we've done. We made this big run up to here, and now look, since here we're really range bound. All right, we popped right through that range right there for a second, and we dropped right back into it again. So we've been range bound to this area since the very beginning of this year. So we're going to get a In theory, in the indexes, we're going to get a wasted year, a nomad year, something like that. So, anyways, I'm sitting here droning on. I don't know if anybody finds any of this useful, but nobody's asking questions, so I'm kind of just going with some inner thoughts at this point. We can do this for a lot of charts here. Take a look here at the Qs. Same kind of stuff all in through here. All right, so crash is being called at every dip, and again, the only crash that I see is that right there. That's it. That was a nasty pullback, 2018. It was a nasty pullback, yes. By no means a crash. And of course, everybody's gonna have a different definition of crash. Don't forget that. So, then something worth noting here for the Qs. Just looking at this weekly chart, wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't doing this. This was us taking out all-time highs back here again. We come back and we're playing with this line right now. To be honest, if the Qs can hold that, Now, when I say the Qs, you're really just looking at Apple at this point. And I'll bet if I bring up an Apple chart, it's going to almost mirror what we just did here. Isn't that something? A little more whippy through some of this stuff in here, but Apple has to deal with the earnings and news and stuff like that compared to the Q that does have some other items to mess with it. But look at Apple right here. Pops up through all-time highs, makes this pullback, and it's sitting just like the Qs are, right on that blast through all-time highs. Just funny how that works out. And again, looking at, I'm going to bring this other chart back over here. Looking at this 15-minute SPY chart, that 457 line that I drew, it's just a magnet. I mean, it's been a magnet. Come right back to it, danced all around to it, got up, came right back to it, fell down, came right back to it. There's a reason for this. It's because humans are involved, and every human on the planet that can move markets, and even if there's machines involved, they were programmed by a human being. They're all looking at the same level, give or take a point or so, And, we can even do this as an exercise here and zoom back out on a 15-minute chart and really start to get a picture of this here. No happy accident that, we're dancing around that line here when we danced around that line all through here too. All right, so this is a battleground right now. This is your battleground. All right, we lose that battleground, good chance we see 440. We lose that battleground, good chance we see down here, down to just under 430. So, but the odds of it doing this and a legit crash versus an orderly selling into bear market territory, I think this has a much higher rate than this does. I said a few weeks ago, I think, outside of another pandemic happening, what's the catalyst for a crash? This new variant apparently came out in South Africa. Market, rolled over for a day on it, and it was over. Then the Fed came out and said we're taking away transitory from inflation. It's here, and we're now putting stagflation on the table, and we got routed again for another session and a half. And now the market's trying to figure out what it's doing. So, how the market feels about those things. And at the end of the day, we have more people involved in the stock market than ever before. You have more people that want to just buy stocks versus short stocks. And, it's easier access, people doing it from home. You don't need a broker. You don't have to call your broker to do anything. It's not, $100 to place a trade like it was back in probably the 90s, something like that, so much commission free and blah, 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 blah. So, there are some things that have changed in the market, especially in the last 10 years, that maybe that's affecting long-term price trends. So we'll see as far as any of that stuff goes. But, information just seems to come out faster and faster every day, digested faster and faster, and moved on from faster and faster every day. It's not a comment on good, bad, or indifferent, but the bottom line is, to have this variant come out, and, maybe it's something very serious, maybe it's not, but, the news seems to have moved off it pretty quickly as far as the market's concerned. I don't turn on the news. I haven't turned on Fox, CNN, ABC, NBC, CNBC, MSNBC. I haven't turned any of those on in like 5 years now. I don't even turn on the local news anymore. So I have no idea if they're talking about it or not. Honestly, I don't care. But what I know is that the market's already moved past that, and now the market moved on to the next thing. And it'll move on to whatever comes out tomorrow or the next day. And if it's quiet, I don't see why the trend doesn't resume. Just my own personal thoughts based on price action and the charts. Let's jump around a few more here. So tan, I thought we had a breakout coming in tan. Am I missing any? I don't think I'm missing anything. My mental health is the best it's ever been in my life by turning off the news. There's nothing on there that I need. I flip through Twitter. I'm gonna see any bullet headlines or whatever. If it's something really relevant to me in my life, I'll take a peek. But other than that, I don't care. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Oh, aren't missing anything. Yeah, no, thanks, Jeff. Yeah, there's just nothing. It adds no value to my life whatsoever. In fact, if I didn't have a kid, I wouldn't even have TV anymore. I just have a few streaming services. She likes to watch some stuff. I mean, look, if I'm being honest with you, I put on old cartoons once in a while when I want to have something on, or I watch reruns of some, show that I liked from way back when as some background noise instead of listening to music. And other than that, I like to read and journal. I find it much more beneficial to my health and life. But so Tan, quick comment on this here, especially on the weekly chart. We've got this happened here. Range bound for all this time after this big run up. We come back down, we get range bound for all these weeks, and we put a whoopsie right through. And looking back now, that's absolutely a bull trap right here. And right back down in the range. So we're talking about being in ranges, and people say, wow, look how overdone tan is here. Okay, well, we pull back and now we're in this range. So we've got all this time in this range here. We're in this range for all this time. Let's say we go another 15 weeks in this range more or less and poke back and come back down, but we're really in this range for another 15 weeks. Did we really need a bear market for a crash to really affect price action in a negative way? No. That grind to the side will chop the heck out of anybody interested in solar stocks, chop them to pieces. Yeah, some work in Mindy. Yes, those are the things that's the stuff that I watch. Not that this is a plug to it. Well, it's over anyways now. But Hulu had a Black Friday sale. It was 99 cents a month. So I took that because they have some old school Twilight Zone episodes on it. So, anyways, getting off the topic of trading here. But that's the kind of stuff I like to pop on there. But back to this here. Absolute bull trap right there. Now, does that mean that the bull case is over? I don't know. Maybe. Does it mean that there's a bear case? I don't know. Maybe. So it just kind of is what it is in that sense. So what we were looking at, again, a revision to the mean doesn't mean a crash. All right, a revision to the mean means that the averages catch back up to the price action. In the end, stocks are always going to move higher, or indexes are always going to move higher until they're irrelevant or bankrupt for whatever reason. XOP, something I've been very bullish on since last February, or this past February. If the chart ever wants to load. Right here it looked like oil was over. Boom, and a bounce. Is oil over here again? Maybe. I don't know. Is it going to bounce? Maybe. I don't know. I can tell you that we ran into trouble right here. No happy accident. That was pre-pandemic levels. All right. We've run into trouble here. No happy accident lines up with that level right there. All right. So are we just making some higher lows right now? Maybe. I don't know. But, that's what I'm looking at on the chart. So if I decide to look at any energy stocks again, and this will be the next level that I look at. And that's how I'll play it, we could even say there's a range. There's a range. All right. We were in this range for quite a while here on this weekly chart. We popped out of it for a little bit. Are we headed back down in that range? Very well could be. Are we going to build on this upper range? Very well could be. Get yourself, if that's something you believe in, if it, energy, gas, exploration, something you still believe in, get yourself a set of charts. And when I say believe in, are you believing in it by the index's chart, not by whatever anybody else is telling you. But if the index chart tells you, hey, this is a sector I might want to be in, what are some interesting stocks that relate to that sector? It's time to get to busy and doing your homework on that. One that saw JC post today, something with Chinese tech stocks, and immediately made me pull this up, the K-Web, and I can't see any reason to buy Chinese stocks long term unless you really think there's going to be some big bounce at some point and you think you're buying them on sale. But buying stocks trending down is hazardous to your wealth, as the saying goes. And there's nothing on this chart. I mean, yes, we had a big run up, and I mean, almost call that a crash on a weekly chart. We've been range bound this whole time, and every single time it tries to get up on that range, gets smacked right back down to the low of that range. I mean, not exactly a ton further it can fall, I suppose, down to here. We start to look at this level down here below 40. And I guess we can start to look at this level here down around 30 something. And that's going way, 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 way back. What is that going to be? Where are we? 2015 you're talking. So, I mean, you're talking about, we haven't seen these levels here. The beginning of those levels there were in 2017. So, you're talking about Chinese stocks have raised 4 years worth of gains. Coming up on 5 years worth of gains, as a matter of fact, in the last year. All right. So there's crashes all over the place. When people talk about these bubbles are going to pop, well, what if they're individual bubbles popping and they've already popped? That looks like it could be called a bubble. That looks like it popped to me. RVIN, sure. Let me get rid of this weekly chart. I think we've covered all that, and Barry's going to come storming back in a minute. Sorry, my machine is struggling right now while I'm broadcasting for some reason or streaming. Let me see, RIVN. This is going to be like one of those crazy players. I don't think I'll have a whole lot to add of value to this. Yeah, this is one of these things that's gone nutty. It's going to be the same as I would say with any stock that's gone nutty that's a new issue. First off, you have very little data to work with. You've got a ton of bag holders up here. All right. You now have short-term momentum really pushing down hard on this. I mean, every time it tries to get above it, rejected, 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 rejected. You got all these people up here. Every time that price action comes up, they're going to sell it to you. Every single time. All right. And I would say, you're now stuck. I don't know what the upside of this range would be. Maybe this is going to be the upside of this range. This looks like the downside of this range. So, we had this run up, came down, banged on this, and that's from the opening price on the opening day. And then we trended down, banged on it, bounced back off of it, come right back down. We're banging on it again today. So that would be my comment there. Have a plan. I'm guessing it's EV related, so you're going to be a lot of policy drivenness and stuff like that on it. That would be that'd be my main comments on it. And just know this, that if it gives up 100, your next support level is 0 technically. There is no support underneath 100. There's nothing there. It doesn't exist. So keep that in mind. If you are long it, I'd weigh that as a factor into what you're doing. Sava. I think that's another one that's gone nutty, right? I remember this thing was like a $5 stock. Let's see. Sava, what do you say? This is a tough one because this is one of those ones where, look, you're going to have all these bag holders here, and obviously enough people believed in it that was, while that's a hefty move up, that's an orderly move up, all right? And then a pullback and, all this whippiness here. Leading into this and this run up, and now you kind of have this return to the mean. History never repeats, but it often rhymes. Gotta wonder. This last pattern up through here, very similar to this pattern right here. No, little shorter time frame that's going on here, but very similar, I would say. So we try to look for things that are refractal. 0.35 on the relative volume, and then
So take a look at AERC. AERC. Look at the volume that came in. I mean, this was just sort of sitting around 14 for a while. And look at this pop. And I guess it was halted. No, I guess it was halted. It was halted at 102. And I'm sorry, it was halted at 12:57. It resumed at 102. And it is ripping here, guys. Absolutely ripping. Look at this. 15, 20. These are 2-minute charts. Thank you. Okay, Chris. All right, you can't hear me probably. Okay, thank you, Chris. We're just talking about AERC. Got halted. And now this is in rip mode. So what's the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 25, almost $26. Something put a charge into this one. You're always listening, okay. SOPA also. I cannot wait, guys, for that other one to start trading. It's still pending. You know, even SOPA had a pop. All these cheap IPOs with very few shares. So SOPA and AERC. For whatever reason, SOPA popped at the same time. They're not the same. I mean, obviously not the same companies at all. They have nothing to do with each other than the fact that they did something very crazy on their IPO days. All right, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts. Nothing shaking there. Let's take a look at this CLV. Too late. I'm too late. When did that happen? Yeah, just as I was taking my break. Son of a gun. So I was talking about this one, the CLVT, but now look at it, right into the 200-day moving average. Now that might stall it also, but it did take out this 2440 area. Once it did, it started to move, got up to 25, right to that 200-day. And SOPA, yeah, oh, I see what you meant. SOPA was halted also. So AERC and SOPA, the only thing in common is that they were insane IPOs. That's the only thing they have in common. I mean, that day it opened, the day of its IPO, it opened at 14, closed at 48. You would have thought, okay, that's got to be it. Nope. The next day it got as high as almost 80. And since then it's gone, it's completely drift. In fact, I think this is below the IPO price. I think the IPO price, certainly it was, at the lowest it was 9 and it might have been 10. Yeah, I just don't know how many shorts there are in this one. This is not this every now and then it becomes shortable for me, AERC, but right now it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Was it 9? Thank you. Okay, that's what I thought. It's either 9 or 10. I think AERC was 10. Yeah, no, I know. I just muted myself. I had to do something. So now, yeah, you know what? Somebody mentioned the BFRI just a little while ago. I think that's a disaster. So yeah, I still have my price alert set up there. Remember, did not want to anticipate. I mean, it almost got up there a couple of times. What did it get up to? 612. Almost got up to where I have my price alerts, or my price alert at 620. Did not anticipate it going through, so that's why I don't take the trade until it happens. And you can see, for my style of trading, that's exactly what really lessens any damage that I might do to my account. I don't try to anticipate just because I put a price alert and say it's going to happen, so I'll just take it early. I never do that. It'll cost me a little bit more to get into the trade, but I rather have a little bit more confirmation than trying to guess it's going to do something. All right, guys, so I have no new alerts. Okay, guys, just I've got to add a column in here. See something here. Okay, guys, so remember I was demonstrating how you can take a trade on a pullback, or no, this was the BFRI. That was taking a trade when it was below that 611. Of course, you've got to watch, okay? I mean, you would never let that, hopefully you would never let that happen. You'd have a stop, just like any other trade. But this BFRI is too many topping tails and bottoming tails. Look at the 5-minute chart, certainly the 2, but even the 15-minute chart. Where you get topping tails and bottoming tails, again, just analyze what that means. Topping tails means at some point, buyers had it up here, sellers closed it way down here, buyers had it up here, sellers closed it down here. I mean, and then, the reverse, sellers had it down here, buyers closed it here. So it's just difficult to establish a trend. Okay, so you cannot click on sim anymore. I don't like that. What's the point of having simulation here if you have to do it from here? I'm talking to myself. This is in a development build I'm in. You see what Chris, can you see what I'm talking about? I'm going to wait for you to answer me. I'll sort of show you what I'm talking about. Excuse me. Maybe Chris can't hear me now. Easy come, easy go. AERC right up to 22, right back down to 19 and a half. And what is the market doing? So what a schizo market. So now the Dow's up 640. Tech is now starting to catch up a bit. And the SPY, of course, is up. So there is no disconnect right now in the market. Let's take a look at the SPY overall. It's got a little bit ominous right here. If we'd had another down day, and like another big down day, I think that would have really caused a lot of people dumping all their potential long swing positions. But this is probably allowing people to hold a bit. But remember, it wasn't until about noon, I mean, right at this point, right here, up here, you know, the Dow was up about 500, okay? And then all of a sudden, kaboom, and look at the SPY, of course, dragged down everything. And that's when that happened. So I'm not saying we're not out of the woods, I don't think. Because the market still has another couple, 3 hours. But we'll see. Let's, I'll maintain some positivity. Here's another one, guys, that is a lifetime low right now. MNSO, fairly low float, 30 million in the float. Yeah, I do see this one. This showed up on my option scanner. I do see it. Yeah, 126. This did the same thing yesterday. I remember it showed up on my option scanner, I think at around 140, and it got up to 160 before it. I mean, that's a big drop. This is just not confidence inspiring, okay? When you see a big topping tail like that, I mean, it's okay for a stock to pull back, but you know, a stock that's $1.60 to pull back all the way down to $1.20, that's a big percentage pullback. So, I mean, yes, it does have room. But there's a big but that I have to add to it. Where is that Chris? You said you're always listening. Always listening. Okay, watch Chris. Watch what I'm going to do here. This is what I'm talking about this morning. I'll bring it up in the marketing meeting, I guess. But, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to disconnect. Okay, so right now, before we could click on the simulator, you click on sim, okay, and then you'd get down here, and then you'd connect simulated trading, okay. Right now, clicking on the sim does nothing. It just brings up the message, Brokers Plus disconnected, market closes in 2 hours. Clicking on the sim now does nothing. The only way to get into simulation mode is to go to brokers and then trade idea simulator and then connect here. So that's what I was saying. I mean, listen, I've been doing this for a long time using the simulator, and I've never had to do it that way. I just click on sim and it shows up and you select the account. So right now I just think it's confusing to have this sim up here because it does nothing now. Now, I wonder if somebody can help me on this because I'm in a development build right now. I want to see, those of you who have Brokerage Plus up and running, you don't have to have anything in. When you click on sim, what happens? Do you get a message that's saying, wait a minute, am I right? Just get, okay. I'm going to disconnect again. Okay, sim. Yeah, it does nothing. You're on the dev too, so that doesn't help. So anybody with our Brokerage Plus loaded, and when you click on sim, does it put you into simulation mode? Maybe you can help me there. Anybody who has it. It does not work, right? Yeah, so when you say it does, but then you've got to go to the broker and then connect, right? Is that what you mean, William? Because before you didn't have to do that. You just had to click on sim and that puts you in simulation mode. Right now, I mean, you don't need to go to sim. You can go right to brokers and connect. So there's no value of having that up there anymore. But I will bring that up. No idea, Chase. It's not that we're not that sort of a service, so still works on 45, okay, and the public beta, okay. Thanks, Chris. So it's just in this version. Okay. Thank you. Really? That shouldn't be. But select simulated trading, but then you have to select the account and then simulated trading default, William. That's always been like that. I mean, I can definitely get it into simulation, so it's just that before you just click on sim and then that box would pop up and then you the account box would pop up, and then you select simulated trading default. Let's take a look at ESSC. I'm interested over a 14 break. This was a bit of a wild one for me to trade while I was doing the video and also on my break. But it is very whippy. I mean, look, topping tail, bottoming tail. I don't see that it's willing to pop. All right, guys, sorry, I'm just talking with our support development just to get this fixed because it's too confusing. If you have a sim here and you click on it, nothing happens. You would have to know then. You've got to go to brokers and, here and connect. So anyway, I digress. Yeah, I think that BFRI, the only way I would trade BFRI now, again, I'm telling you, if it got back up to, excuse me, 620 later on in the day, and it popped through on volume. Look at the volume, guys. See, I mean, you can, I mean, it just tells you the whole story. Look where we had the little pop. This is back 11:45, okay, little pop right there. And then from there on, look, the volume just completely drying up. Now, I mean, the overall volume for today is stupendous. 58 million have traded, 3.6 in the float. Do some quick math, that's 16.22 times the float. So, I mean, but we're talking about, the volume drying up. You need a lot of volume. You have to more volume to push it through. I'm not seeing anything, guys, right now. I haven't had let's see, when was the last alert I had? What time is it right now? 1:26, so the last alert we had here was 12:53. The last one here, 11:35. In a momentum scanner I have, the last alert I had was at 11 o'clock. Yeah, I haven't had anything new for a long time. Yeah, and look what it's doing it on. Volume. Look at the volume, guys. See the big difference when you get volume? I mean, I know it sounds obvious, but I see a lot of times where people will look at a consolidation and then it pops and they take the trade immediately. But if it pops on no, I'm not saying in this case, but if it breaks out of if a stock breaks out of consolidation on no volume, more than likely it'll just fall right back. My guess is that, 95% of the time it'll just fall right back unless there's some volume that's pushing it through. This has been an awful one to trade too, Kirk. Remember, guys, when I will say sometimes, print this chart. When you see something that has just been moving steadily in a nice trend, hardly any pullbacks. I don't mean it has to be straight up, but when you have maybe a rest, you can have some red bars, but just not giant red bars. But you want to run from quite frankly, something that looks like this. I mean, it's just too difficult, in my opinion, to trade. Plug headed to 36. Let's take a look at plug. Again, very choppy though. Very choppy. I mean, it might, but look at AERC now, guys. I mean, you want to talk? I mean, choppy. Look, up, down, and not just little downs or little ups. I mean, these are giant moves. And now, guys, oops, we're getting a bit of a red bar here in the SPY. Let's see if this will affect the NAS more than the Dow, of course. But let's see what happens. Well, yeah, perfect circle. It's just a day trade. I don't care. Company could say it's going bankrupt tomorrow. A company could say it's going bankrupt tomorrow. But if it's screaming higher and there's a pattern, I'll trade it. It's just a day trade. I don't care about news like that. But again, to each his own. Or her own. Post-market scanner. Well, we have a post-market channel, so I can recommend it, I guess. If you go to our dot channel bar, I don't know if you've downloaded the latest version, but even if you haven't, it's available in the channel. Just a normal channel bar, but down here, after hours. Okay? Okay, obviously nothing happening because it doesn't start till 4. Okay, so it's called After Hours. So I will recommend that because it's coming from Trade Ideas. Okay? Yeah, but we're talking from within Trade Ideas' eyes, okay? Man, this is getting very, I'm going to say troubling, but I mean, there's just no alerts coming in. No stocks making new highs, no stocks making new lows of the scans that I've got. What's really interesting, let me, an alert. Yes, this one just alerted. New high, ESSC. But again, guys, be careful. Be very careful. It's right at 14 now, over 14 now. A bit of a tough spread. 13, 14, well, not, yeah, 1385, 1405. So you've got a spread to deal with, too. Look at close. Look at CLVT now, guys. This is actually coming into the 200-day moving average. That's not good. That's not good at all. Now, if it pops through, fine. But again, Morgan Stanley has upped their target from 27 to 28 on this one, CLVT. That's their news this morning. I guess that's the. I don't see any other news on it. And this is what I see. And okay, they recently announced a change in executive leadership. It's not easy though, William, depending on what you're trying to do with this one, with ESSC. I mean, I wouldn't call it easy. I mean, I know I traded it, but it wasn't easy. I mean, if you're going to take a few shares with a very wide stop, fine, but all right, so to remove anything, just right click and you should be able to just go to modify indicator parameters and just remove indicator. Okay, so whatever indicators you have, just say remove indicator. Okay, so right click on a chart, modify indicator parameters, and then click on remove indicator, whatever one you want gone. Okay. So does anybody know this platform called Rumble? This is what they're, not Clovit, but ES. Actually, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm looking at the wrong one. Okay, so this seems to be maybe a Reddit. Okay, so this is volume or trader circulating Reddit post from 16 hours ago, mentioning stocks free float. Okay. Okay, so that was the CFVI. They're the ones who are. So how different is Rumble from YouTube? I mean, other than the fact that they're trying to be a competitor. Oh, I see why. Okay. Okay. Now I see why. Okay. No, so Lonesome, no. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You cannot tell Holly what like. At least, this is something that they're trying to work on. When or if this will ever happen, I don't know. Okay, so I don't want to say, oh, great. So the idea is that maybe eventually you can input your own stock and have the AI say, okay, what do you think of this? But I have no idea when or if that'll happen. So right now the AI, there's nothing for you to do. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay? So it is pre-programmed, yes. So we don't have EMA at all, Sam, number one. We don't have EMA at all. You can do a VWAP crossover, but if you click on search and you click on VWAP and crossed above, cross below, but these both require some volume confirmation. So sometimes when you get the alert, you may say, it seems to be far away from the VWAP. How come I didn't get it instantly? And the reason it does this, and you know, whether you agree with it or not, that's just the way it is right now anyway. It's because, you know, you can get lots of action at the VWAP, up and down, up and down, up and down. So what they're trying to do is say, okay, let's have a little bit of volume confirmation. Yeah, okay. Then if you're not getting what you're looking for, then there's nothing we can do. There's a way in which you can find stocks that are near the VWAP. That might be better. And then you can start looking at them. That would be more of a top list though. So you can find stocks, if you wanted to find stocks that are very near the VWAP. It's an indicator, but not we don't have any alerts based on EMA, as strange as that sounds. It's an indicator on the chart. Yeah, on the charts there, yes, but not as a scan that you can include the EMA. Again, guys, look at this ESSC. I mean, didn't that looked awesome for a bit, right? Breaking through 14, we're on our way. Nope. So I don't draw supply and demand lines, Lonesome. I concentrate mainly on the 5 and the 15-minute charts. Okay, so because I'm a momentum trader, I'm all about, if I get a break from a pattern that I like and it's on on volume, I'll probably take the trade. Things like that. I don't really draw lines that you're talking about. I can't believe this, guys. This is the last one. I have to check our momentum channel. LZ. So again, for instance, Lonesome Dove, if this ESSC got close to 14 again, okay, but not straight up, but just kind of inching its way up and then based underneath 14 for a bit, and then all of a sudden it popped through 14 on a big volume burst, that would probably get me into the trade, as an example. And the volume, I'm going to see it right on the chart. I'm going to see, right now, I mean, it's been dwindling volume. Ever since that 2-minute chart right there, or 2-minute candle right there. There's no such thing as the best channel, Jay. Okay, there's not like a channel in our channel bar that says, okay, this is the best channel to use after 1 o'clock or afternoon, or it just doesn't work that way. A momentum channel. The momentum channel. If you're getting them, any alerts. I mean, these are stocks that have usually been pretty active all day, and then they're having another pop. So. But there's no channel designed specifically, okay, use this one in the afternoon. As I was just trying to mention with this one, I mean, obviously this one, I mean, it's up 10%, so, it's still active. And as I was trying to say, I mean, if it takes out, but it's so whippy, but if it takes out 14 again on volume, that would get me interested. But that's nothing to do with a channel. Now, I know this, I would put a price alert. Alert. I'll reset my price alert. I'd probably be just looking at the active stocks and seeing if they're kind of basing a bit. But there's no channel designed, just for that. Look at Lucid, guys. Man, I'll tell you, I mean, this, talk about a tough one. I know people love this one. But holy smokes, I mean, this is just getting beaten up badly. Look at all the topping tails. I mean, it got up to 58 a couple of weeks, not quite yesterday, almost, and just will not break out. Yeah, the EV sector, yeah. Certainly short term, this is being, nobody wants it. Let's take a look at the ETF for it, Drive. And see what it's doing. I'm sure it's driving itself down. Haven't even looked at Ribbon. I'm afraid to. Is it under 100? Not quite, okay, but still. No, driven. But look, guys, in my little momentum scanner, the last alert I had was 10:58. That kind of tells you the kind of day it's been. All right, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock, getting close, about 14 minutes. I'll be in a little marketing meeting and at 2 o'clock. You mean to put a comparison in one chart? No. No, there is not a way to do that, no. Okay, guys, a little more ominous here. So we had that red candle on the SPY, and a green one, now another red one. So this is sort of turning into a bit of a green bar ignored. Let's see how far down that green candle goes. It still has 13 minutes to close, but so anything can happen in 13 minutes, but or 12 minutes now. Yeah, so much for all the excitement for CMMB this morning. I mean, look at CMMB. I mean, it's how difficult things can be to trade. I mean, it got up to 1060. A little bit of excitement. I think it had some news, FDA clearance for an IND application. So yeah, everybody got excited, and then the market opens and nothing. It's gone negative. All right, again, for those of you who don't know, I don't see the CFVI. I mean, maybe later, but I don't see it right now. I have it thumbnailed, so I am aware of it, but I don't see it. It's really got to break out of here on volume. It needs volume. So again, for those of you who don't know, I'm actually opening the room now at 8 o'clock, okay? 8 o'clock Eastern Time. The room is open. I will not be on the mic until 9. I will not display anything, but you can go into the trading room and you can shoot the breeze with your favorite traders. Starting at 8 o'clock now, okay? Eastern Time. And of course, I do shut the room down at 3, then at 3:30, between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris goes back into our YouTube room, so you can head over there. So you have a little gap of about half an hour. Otherwise, it's from 8 to 4:30. Well, guys, a bit of a snooze fest now. For me, anyway. If I'm super bored, I suppose I could take a look at MNSO to short it, but so again, guys, right now, well, for me anyway, nothing much is happening. One of the pitfalls traders can fall into, though, is trading out of boredom. And that can chop your account up. You don't have to, you shouldn't feel you have to be in a trade all the time. I know some of you do, but How would I read the last 1 to 2 hours of volume on ARDX? Pretty good. I mean, you know, the 50, I mean, had the big volume pop here, but these two, I mean, they're still bigger than anything that happened earlier on in the day. So still pretty decent volume. Though that is a little bit of selling volume, you can just see by the color, but it's still, the volume is there. The best resource for custom formulas in TI. All right, well, I can give you a couple of links that show you the data points that we have. After that, it will be up to you to combine them to give you the custom filters that you might be looking for, but I can show you the data points. Just give me a moment. Show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so you see this screen, okay? So this is the formula, I'll give you the link. This is the formula editor overview, okay? And then when you start to scroll down, the pages 5 and 6 are the big ones. Here we go. So this is page 5. So here are the formulas. Here are the data points, okay? So, you know, we get this quite a bit. You know, we have the SMA 200, SMA 50, SMA 20, and somebody might say, yeah, but I want the SMA 72 and a half. You know, we can't have it, okay? We don't have it. If you don't see the data point here, then you can't manufacture it. Okay, so that's number one, I'll give you that. So, and then number two, these are the other filter codes. Okay, and here are the other filter codes, okay? And it has to be, well, you know, if you know programming at all, it has to be exact. You have to be using these brackets here, okay? But these are the other these are the other data points that we have. Now, how you're going to combine them will be up to you. I will pop in a little video that I did a while back. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm going to paste this into the tech support area, Sam, okay? Okay, so I pasted this, just go to the tech support tab, and this is how you create a custom formula. Okay? So with this and those two links that I gave to you, that basically gives you, you know, virtually everything you need. Right here, can you not see tech support? You're in off topic right now. Can you not see the tech support tab? Can you see my screen? You see where I'm pointing? Okay, there you are. Okay, so guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. I'll be in this marketing meeting, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. Trying to keep one eye. It's not a PDF, it's just a link. It should just be a, well, let me see. before I go on my meeting. Oh, the first link. Really? Okay, I just loaded it. And I'll do the other one. Where is it? Here, okay, so I'm able to load them. Just click on the link. They're loading for me. Not sure why they're not loading for you. And that link opens. So I'm not sure. I'm able to click on the links and they're all opening. Not sure why they're not opening for you. They are not PDFs, so. Okay, I've got to go though, okay? So I got to put myself on mute right now. Try it again, Sam, or try it again, okay? Because I was able to open them both. All three links that I posted, I was able to do it. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, let's see. I had some questions. How would a compare count window benefit someone's trading? I don't. Well, you can. I mean, it's hard for me to answer that question. I mean, I can give you a compare count window. I mean, all it's doing is just taking two competing strategies and pitting them against each other. Whether that helps your trading, I don't know. I mean, I demonstrated one yesterday. And by the way, somebody was talking about shorting tops. Listen, I would pay way more attention to short. I mean, I'd love to do that. I just don't have the attention span right now because of the moderation. But if my trading style would be this probably, I wouldn't actually trade. It would be momentum trading still, and then those momentum trades that fizzle out. Sure, I'd be watching them like a hawk to try to short the tops, and then the ones that are making all-time lows. I'd probably just concentrate on stuff like that. So it's not that I don't do it, don't want to do it. It's nothing new for me. It's not nothing. It's not a new concept for me. It's just that it's hard for me to pay attention. That's the only downside of moderating a room. That aspect of following a stock that is maybe finally capitulating. But anyway, that's okay. And now you mentioned this was not shortable for me, but man, oh man, guys, there's why you've got to really pay attention. Look at this. Look at this one. I mean, look at the move down on this one when it looked like maybe, just maybe, it was going to start making new highs. And this was a meme stock. I mean, this was a meme stock, really. And once the memers said, you know what, we're tired of you, look out. So the compare count. So the question in our YouTube room was, how would you use the compare count window to benefit your trading? Well, I don't use it. I'll flat out say I don't use it. So, but I can show you what a compare count window looks like. How about I do this? Okay, so here's an example of a compare count window. Now, let's see if anything happens in it. So you're just basically taking strategies, competing strategies. Movers to the upside with greater than 300,000 shares versus movers to the downside, greater than 300,000 shares, okay? Now, there are other filters in place, but that's basically what it's doing. So, just have to, and it'll be a ticker. So, in theory, how would it help? Okay. Maybe, let's just say the market, the market is flat, really flat right now. But let's just say the market was moving higher and higher and higher, okay? And so you would anticipate that most stocks are moving higher. And then all of a sudden you get a red one, okay? SVC, there it is. SVC, so you click on the alert, okay, there's SVC. But what I'm trying to show you is what if the market was, really moving smartly higher and all of a sudden you had a red stock? You might say, wow, that's counter to the market, as an example. Okay, so how would that help my trading? Well, if you're looking for counter, trades that are counter to what the market's doing, or vice versa. If the market was really starting to drift down, 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 and you saw a green, when that's green, you'd have to look at it and go, wow, this one is really counter to what the market's doing, as an example. Now, if that helps you trade, great. And you can set up a compare count. For instance, you could take a symbol list of oil stocks, and you could say, show me the ones up versus the ones down with certain filters in place, of course. So you could have the ones up in the oil sector or the energy sector versus the ones down in the energy sector, as an example. That's all the compare count is doing, or compare count window is doing, just sort of pitting opposites and to see who's winning. So right now, obviously it's a small sample size, but we're basically 100%. But if I loaded this at the beginning of the day, first of all, this ticker tape would be way more active. But I don't use the compare count anymore. You know, every now and then I bring it back. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, man, oh man, I got to tell you. I mean, that you know, had a pullback, a little bit of a pullback, but that ARDX. Somebody asked me before, you know, how would I analyze the volume? And I was saying, well, the volume is not bad. I mean, there's not like a massive dip. I wouldn't even call that a massive dip. You know, that would be a massive dip if that volume bar was like that. But look at the volume that's just coming in now to ARDX. I mean, that's basically, you know, when I used to have my basic new highs and lows up here. I mean, if you saw, and one window had both of them in there, so the basic new highs and lows. If I see a sea of green, which meaning, you know, with my filters in place, stocks making new highs, then all of a sudden I see one red one, or a yellow one, I can't remember how I have it color coordinated. You're going to look at that and go, that's really counter. You know, interestingly, I mean, in this, so there's another one making a new high, Elan. Let's say I find a red one. Let's just sort of keep it running. Now, actually, somebody asked me yesterday, though, how would I find stocks that are, say, moving in the afternoon? And I know, actually, somebody earlier said, is there a channel devoted to that? Well, you know, you could take a look at this because this starts afresh. Every time I clear it, it starts from a new starting point. Okay? Like, well, from the current time. So you could run this, you know, the first hour, then you could, you know, put it on pause for a while or close it down, and then bring it back up in the afternoon just to see what's shaking. There's the AADTX. So, I mean, this is kind of like a top list, except it's a little more visual. I'm sorry, ADTX. This is not, I was thinking of the ARDX. So I know this is an energy stock, MRC. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Marathon. This is not an energy stock. But it's interesting. I mean, there's nothing, and these are the two competing strategies. So, you know, and it can work in the pre-market and post-market, but right now, of course, these are just new highs of the day. And if these filter requirements are met, then it'll tell me. Versus the same filters, except instead of the stock being up 2%, it's got to be down 2%. Okay, and then making a new low. So, I mean, that's the only thing that gets flipped. So it's comparing stocks with these filter requirements, making a new high, versus these same filter requirements, except the stock is down from the close, making a new low. It's competing, two competing strategies, if you will, or ideas. And it's interesting to me, there's nothing red coming through. And this is all real time. I'm actually just waiting to see if there's a red one. But look at the market. I mean, it's just flattened right out. I could have a compare count of earnings plays up versus earnings plays down, you know, as an example. So instead of having a top list like this that gets updated every 30 seconds, I could create a compare count of these two and having a ticker. You know, it's just another way of looking at things. Meanwhile, not much is happening. Yeah, BFRI, just forget about it. That was just a mess. See, never hit my price alert. All right, so here we have the first one. Okay, VXRT. Just making a new low. Doesn't mean you take the trade. Of course, it doesn't mean you take the trade. You just have an alert now, and you start looking at it on a weekly chart, daily chart, because it's at a new low for the day. And when I look at it, I think, well, it looks like there's could be pretty decent support, not that far away. So, but if I saw this, I got this, and I clicked on the alert, and I saw a big void underneath, well, that would get me interested. You see, and these are giving me different symbols from any other scan that I've got. So on a quiet day, you know, where I'm looking at, I mean, this one is amazing. The last alert I had was 1058. Now, one of the reasons is I have a very high relative volume in here, so, you know, it's got to be at least 10. But still, nothing has happened in this momentum window since 1058. That, to me, is, I don't want to call it extraordinary, but I can't remember the last time that's happened. And even, you know, flipping that, the last one was at 1054. So, you know, it's a sort of a strange day. All right, guys, we're getting close to the end here. I'll be shutting the room down at around 3. So if you have any last minute questions, please ask them now. So we had some good trades out of the AI for sure. You have to trade them though, or manage them. Manage the trades. And remember, Chris will be in the YouTube room at 3:30. So you have a half-hour break if you want to, but if you still want to get involved with trade ideas, you can head back to the YouTube room or over to the YouTube room at 3:30. and he'll be there from 3:30 to 4:30. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, you're going to rewind, but I mean, this is an example of I'm not sure. I don't know how. There's no right or wrong way to use a compare count window, but just understanding, and I'm re-answering somebody, he guess he wasn't in the room. This is in our YouTube room. But it's just taking two competing ideas, okay, in this particular case, and you can do it, you know, with anything you want. Maybe this gives you a bit of a gauge to what the overall market's doing, okay? But in this particular one, I'm looking at stocks that are greater than 300,000 300,000 shares traded, making new highs of the day. There are some other filters in place, versus stocks making new lows for the day with greater than 300,000 shares traded. And you get a running count. Before, you know, at the very beginning when I was showing this, everything was green. Now we're starting to, so this can kind of give you a bit of a gauge depending on what you're comparing. But you could do things like comparing earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. You could compare stocks within the energy sector, those that are up versus those that are down. It doesn't, I mean, the trigger doesn't always have to be a new high or new low, but I mean, it's just showing you. But how that will help you trade, I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't know. But it's just another way of looking at data. I suppose that's the best way I can say, boy, look at that MTTR. And this is all real time. So imagine if I had a top list window. These are earnings plays up versus earnings plays down. Yeah, this is a visual. This is one way to present that data. I could compete I could get them to compete against each other, and you know, so you'd get a ticker that would be showing you the stocks that are either up or down versus, you know, what the filters I have here. I mean, this is kind of a cool way because people are used to a ticker. Okay? So, but is that going to help you trade? I don't know. Just going to put this link in here, guys. We've been sort of pushing a little bit on with IB. You know, as you know, I do use Interactive Brokers. So if you guys are interested in finding out a little bit more about Interactive Brokers, this is a link. And who knows, maybe with enough people hammering at them saying, how come you don't offer free commissions other than on your light version, maybe they'll change. All right, guys, I don't see any other new questions, so I think maybe I'll just wrap this up now. Get my script together. Oh, Friday already. All right, guys. Again, I don't see any new questions. I don't think there are any new questions. So again, in case you have missed it, I am opening the room at 8 o'clock now, 8 o'clock Eastern time, okay? And I will not be on the mic until 9, but you can at least come into the room and chat with each other, talk about stocks for between 8 and 9, and then I'll be back. I'll be in the room at 9. So having said all that, have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.